If you're enjoying this video, smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell. Share it with your friends and let me know in the comments where you're watching from. Every like and subscribe helps the channel grow. The ice screamed. Most people don't know that ice can scream, but I've spent 15 years in Alaska's Denali National Park, and I know the truth. When spring comes and the great glaciers start to melt, they make sounds that haunt your dreams. That morning, the screams were louder than I'd ever heard before. My name is Caitlin Reynolds, senior park ranger, former combat medic, and the only person who knows something is very wrong with the ice in Denali. I've been watching it change for years now, not just the normal melting from climate change that everyone talks about. Something else, something that makes my skin crawl, even in my heavy ranger jacket. I trudged through the slushy snow, my boots sinking with each step. Spring breakup had transformed the park into a maze of cracking ice and bubbling meltwater. The sound was everywhere, groans, pops, and that high-pitched keening that made Magnus, my dog, flatten his ears against his head. "Easy, boy," I said, reaching down to scratch behind his ears. Magnus wasn't just any dog. Part Malamute, part wolf, all instinct. And lately, those instincts had been on high alert. The midnight sun cast long shadows across the snow, even though my watch said it was 2 p.m. That's Alaska for you, messing with your sense of time. But something about these shadows seemed wrong. I could swear they moved differently than they should, like they were a half-second behind me, or sometimes slightly ahead. I checked my GPS again. The research station should be just over this ridge. Dr. Abrams and his team had been sending weird data for weeks before they suddenly went silent 3 days ago. Park management thought their satellite phone was broken. I knew better. As I crested the hill, the sight below made me stop in my tracks. The snowmelt had formed pools that shouldn't exist, water flowing uphill in thin streams, connecting in patterns that reminded me of circuit boards. And where the snow had melted away, bright green moss grew in perfect spirals, too perfect to be natural. "What do you think, Magnus?" I asked. He didn't answer. He was staring at something on a distant ridge. I followed his gaze and felt my breath catch in my throat. A family of wolverines, 5 of them, huddled together on an exposed rock. Anyone who knows anything about wolverines knows they don't do that. They're loners, fiercely territorial. Yet there they were, pressed against each other, trembling despite the relatively warm day. They were staring at something beneath the melting snowpack. I raised my binoculars and scanned the area. The wolverines were focused on a dark spot where the snow had receded faster than anywhere else. Steam rose from what looked like the entrance to an ice cave, steam that shouldn't be there in below-freezing temperatures. That's when I heard it. Beneath the constant cracking of the spring thaw came another sound, rhythmic, deliberate, like footsteps inside the glacier. Thud, thud, thud. My radio crackled to life, making me jump. "Reynolds, come in. Status report?" It was Martinez back, at headquarters. I raised the radio to respond, but when I pressed the button, what came out wasn't my voice. It was a garbled mess of sounds, almost like words, but in no language I recognized. The radio went dead. The air around me suddenly felt 10 degrees colder. That's when I saw the tracks. As the snow continued to melt at this unnaturally fast pace, animal prints emerged from deep layers that shouldn't be disturbed for decades. Some I recognized: wolf, bear, moose. Others made no sense. They looked like mammoth tracks, perfectly preserved as if they'd been made yesterday, not thousands of years ago, and among them human footprints. Walking up from the deepest layer of ice toward the surface, Magnus growled, a low rumble that I felt more than heard. I followed his gaze to the research station in the distance. From the outside, it looked intact, but I could see no movement, no sign of the 6 researchers who should be there. The sun briefly disappeared behind clouds, and the mountain vista before me seemed to warp. peaks shifting position for just a moment before snapping back into place. "Come, on boy," I whispered to Magnus, checking that my rifle was loaded. "Let's find out what happened to our scientists." I didn't know it then, but I was walking towards something ancient, something that had been waiting in the ice for longer than humans have walked the earth, something that was finally awake, and it was hungry. People always ask why I choose to work in the most remote parts of the park. They think it's because I'm not good with people. That's only partly true. As I made my way toward the research station with Magnus leading the way, I couldn't help but remember how I ended up here. 20 years feels like yesterday when your memories are frozen in ice. I wasn't always a park ranger. I started as a scientist studying glaciers. I loved the quiet power of ice, how it moved so slowly most people thought it didn't move at all. But I knew better. Ice is always moving, always changing. Sometimes it keeps secrets. That's what I learned in Antarctica. I was young then, excited about my first big expedition. There were 4 of us, me, Dr. Chen, Martin, and Sophia. We were mapping a glacier, nothing dangerous. We checked for crevasses that morning. The ice was solid, but after lunch, when we went back, there was a crack that hadn't been there before. A deep, dark split in the ice. Martin saw it first. He called us over, confused. "This isn't possible," he said, shining his light down into the darkness. "This wasn't here 3 hours ago." We all looked down. That was our mistake. Chen went first. He was just there 1 second, then gone the next. No scream, no warning. Sophia reached for him and disappeared too. Martin grabbed my arm to pull me back, but something pulled him harder. I watched his face as he realized what was happening. I still see that face in my dreams. I should have fallen too. Instead, I was thrown back by something I couldn't see. The crevasse closed up like it had never been there, taking my friends with it. Nobody believed me when I returned to camp alone. They thought the cold had made me hallucinate. They found no crevasse, no bodies, just me, with a story that couldn't be true. After that, I joined the army as a medic. 8 years in desert heat, as far from ice as I could get. The war was easier than what I'd seen in Antarctica. At least in war, the enemy makes sense. Magnus whined, bringing me back to the present. He had stopped walking and was staring at me with those knowing yellow eyes. "Sorry, boy," I said, patting his thick fur, just remembering. I glanced at my left arm, at the web of silvery scars that ran from wrist to elbow. Another memory, this one from 5 years ago. A winter rescue operation gone wrong. I'd fallen into an icy lake, and by the time they pulled me out, my arm was nearly frozen solid. The doctors wanted to amputate, but I refused. Now the scars remind me to respect the ice, to fear it. I reached into my pocket and touched the small stone amulet I always carried. An old Inuit man had given it to me last year, after he saw some photographs I'd taken near the Muldrow Glacier. "You have seen what sleeps beneath," he had said, pressing the carved stone into my palm. His eyes were wide with fear. "This will help, but only if you are strong." I never told anyone about the strange things I'd begun documenting in my field journals. The way the glacier sometimes moved against gravity. The bizarre geometric patterns in the moss. The ice core samples that changed overnight in the lab. Nobody would believe me. They'd think I was crazy, like they did after Antarctica. So I requested the most remote patrols and kept my observations to myself, filling notebook after notebook with scientific data and sketches of something I'd glimpsed once, deep in a crevasse, something that shouldn't exist. That's why I was now heading toward the silent research station. Dr. Abrams and his team had been monitoring the permafrost, studying how fast it was thawing. Their last report mentioned anomalous readings and contamination concerns. Then nothing. Magnus suddenly stopped and growled. His fur stood up along his spine, and he bared his teeth at empty air. "What is it, boy?" I whispered, kneeling beside him. I couldn't see anything, but I trusted his senses more than my own. Something was there, something my human eyes couldn't perceive. I pulled out my notebook and made a quick entry, recording the time, location, and Magnus's behavior. I added it to hundreds of similar observations. Patterns were emerging, and they all pointed to the same conclusion. Something was waking up as the ice melted. Something old. The research station was only a quarter-mile away now. The windows reflected the afternoon sun, making it impossible to see inside. From this distance, everything looked normal. But the sharp pain in my left arm, the one with the frostbite scars, told me otherwise. It always ached when something was wrong with the ice. I checked my rifle again and adjusted the medical kit on my belt. Years as a combat medic had taught me to be prepared for anything, but deep down I knew nothing could prepare me for what waited at the station. "Let's go, Magnus," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Stay close." We moved forward, each step taking us closer to answers I wasn't sure I wanted to find. The sound of cracking ice followed us like invisible footsteps, like we were being hunted or maybe we were being led. The research station door was unlocked. That was the first bad sign. "Hello, Dr. Abrams? Anybody here?" I called out as I pushed the door open. My voice echoed in the silent building. Magnus refused to enter. He sat down just outside the door, his ears flat against his head, and made a sound I'd never heard before, halfway between a whine and a growl. "It's okay, boy. You can stay here," I told him, though I wished he would come with me. Having a wolf dog at your side makes you braver. I stepped inside and felt a wall of cold hit me. The station should have been warm. These buildings have good heating systems. But my breath came out in white clouds. Something was wrong with the temperature. The main room looked like everyone had just gotten up and left in the middle of doing things. Coffee cups still sat on the table, half full but frozen solid. Laptops were open, their screens showing charts and data. Jackets hung on the backs of chairs. I picked up a coffee mug. The coffee inside was frozen, but not like normal ice. It had frozen in a swirl, like someone had paused it mid-stir. On the table was a half-eaten sandwich, with one bite taken out of it. I touched it. Rock solid, frozen through, but it hadn't been frozen when someone took that bite. The teeth marks were clear. "What happened to you guys?" I whispered. I moved to the computers, careful not to touch anything more than I needed to. One laptop was open to a temperature reading that made no sense. 127 degrees. That's not possible. The coldest temperature ever recorded on Earth was 128.6 degrees in Antarctica. And here inside a heated building? Impossible. Next to the laptop was a notebook. Dr. Emily Chen's neat handwriting filled the pages. I knew Emily, a brilliant scientist who always color-coded her notes and never went anywhere without her lucky red pen. The notebook was open to her last entry dated 3 days ago. Day 42. Something is wrong with the ice cores. The deep samples have changed position overnight. No one admits to moving them. The oldest core, sample D9, approx 30,000 years old, has strange dark particles that weren't there yesterday. Martinez keeps complaining about headaches and hearing voices in the walls. Williams and I both had the same dream last night, drowning in black ice while something watched. Abrams wants to implement contamination protocol, but I think it's already too late. I looked up from the notebook and noticed something I'd missed before. The ice core samples, long cylinders of ancient ice that scientists drill out of glaciers to study the past, were arranged in a spiral pattern on the lab table. The cores should have been stored in the special freezer, not left out like this. In the center of the spiral was a shattered cylinder labeled D9, the oldest sample, according to Emily's notes. But it hadn't melted as it should have at room temperature. Instead, it looked like it had exploded from within, tiny shards scattered across the table. I picked up a small piece with my gloved hand. Despite the freezing temperature in the room, the ice shard felt warm. I dropped it immediately. That's when I noticed the audio recorder on the table. It was still running, its little red light blinking slowly. I pressed play and turned up the volume. At first, there was just background noise. Typing, coffee cups clinking, normal lab sounds. Then Dr. Abrams' voice. This is Dr. Jason Abrams, day 42 of the Muldrow Glacier study. We're implementing Contamination Protocol Alpha after discovering unusual biological activity in sample D9. All personnel are required to... A loud crack interrupted him, like ice breaking, followed by a heavy sound. Something large moving across a floor. Then multiple voices spoke at exactly the same time. Not in unison, like people trying to speak together, but perfectly synchronized, as if one mind was using many mouths. We have waited. The ice prison thins. We rise. The recording went silent after that. My hands were shaking as I put the recorder down. I needed to search the rest of the station, but part of me wanted to run back outside to Magnus and head straight to park headquarters. I forced myself to keep going. The sleeping quarters were empty, beds neatly made, no sign of struggle. The bathroom was empty too, but when I reached the back storage room, I found something strange. All the equipment had been pushed against the walls, clearing a large space in the middle of the floor. In that cleared space, someone had used black marker to draw a huge, intricate pattern. It looked like a snowflake at first, but as I studied it, I realized it was more like a map, lines radiating out from a central point, connecting to smaller circles. Names were written in each circle: hiking trails, research stations, ranger, outposts. My outpost was marked with a big X. On a desk next to this floor map was a satellite image of the Muldrow Glacier. It had been taken just a week ago, according to the date stamp. The glacier's melt pattern looked strange from above. The dark areas where ice had receded formed a shape that made my skin crawl. It looked like a huge body, stretched out as if waking from a long sleep. I found Dr. Williams's personal journal wedged between boxes. The first entries were normal. Weather observations, notes about work, complaints about Dr. Martinez snoring. But the entries from the last week were different. Day 37, bad dreams again. Everyone's having them now. Day 38. Emily says she saw something moving inside sample D9. I told her it was just bubbles, but I don't believe that anymore. Day 39. We're all drawing the same shape. None of us know what it means. Day 40. The ice is talking to us. Day 41. It's watching us through the windows. It knows we broke its prison. Day 42. It's in the walls. It's in our heads. It wants out. It wants out. It wants. The entry ended there. The pen dragging off the page. I put the journal down and tried to use my radio again. Reynolds to HQ. Come in, over. Static. Reynolds to any station. Come in, over. Through the static, I could barely make out a response. But it wasn't anything from headquarters. It sounded like my own voice coming back to me, but changed, saying words I hadn't spoken. The Awakening One rises. Warn them. Run. I shut the radio off. As I moved back toward the main room, I noticed a camera on a tripod by the window. It was pointed at the glacier. These were wildlife cameras designed to take pictures at regular intervals to monitor animal movements. I scrolled through the saved images. Most were normal: snow, occasional wolves or bears passing by. But the recent photos showed something odd. There was a wolf walking backward, a bear standing perfectly still for 6 consecutive hourly photos, not moving a muscle, just staring directly at the camera. And in the last image taken yesterday, all the animals, wolves, bears, even birds, stood in a perfect circle around. Something in the snow, something that made a dark spot against the white. A new crack sounded from outside, so loud it shook the whole building. I ran to the window. The glacier in the distance was breaking apart, huge chunks of ice falling away. But they weren't falling normally. They seemed to hang in the air too long, as if gravity had weakened. I needed to get a closer look at what was happening to the ice. But first, I had to check one more room, the permafrost research lab in the basement. The stairs creaked under, my weight as I descended, flashlight in hand. The basement was even colder than upstairs, so cold it hurt to breathe. The lab door was ajar, frost coating its edges. When I pushed it open, I gasped. The far wall had split open, revealing a massive fissure in the permafrost beneath the building. Heat lamps used for the research had been arranged to point directly into the crack, speeding the melting process. I approached the edge carefully and shined my light down. The fissure was deep, at least 30 feet, and at the bottom, embedded in a wall of ancient ice, were footprints, human footprints, but they weren't pressed down into the ice. They were walking upward toward the surface, as if someone had been walking vertically up through the layers of time. Next to the fissure was a testing station with glass vials containing what looked like soil samples, a sticky note on one read, "Methane levels off the charts, chemical composition unknown." I picked up a vial and held it to the light. It wasn't soil, but a black substance that moved slightly, like it was alive. The label read, "Sample D9 residue, containing unknown proteins and compounds stable at room temperature." Something crashed upstairs, and I nearly dropped the vial. I put it back quickly and headed for the stairs, my heart pounding. I needed to find the research team and get out of here. But when I reached the top of the stairs, I knew it was too late. Magnus was at the open front door, his hackles raised, teeth bared. Outside, the air had changed. It shimmered like a heat mirage. But it wasn't heat making it move that way. Something was taking shape in the air, above the thinning ice. "Magnus, come," I whispered. But he didn't move. His eyes were fixed on the shimmering air above the ice. At first, it looked like nothing more than heat waves rising from the snow, which made no sense in this cold. But as I watched, the shimmer began to move with purpose. It swirled like a tiny tornado made of light and ice crystals, growing taller and wider until it formed a shape that made my blood run cold. It was human-like, but wrong. Too tall, too thin, with arms that hung down past where knees should be. The thing was see-through, like it was made of glass or ice, with light bending through it in ways that hurt my eyes, and it was watching us. "Easy, Magnus," I said slowly, reaching for my rifle. He growled louder, backing up until he was pressed against my legs. The air around the creature became so cold that I could see oxygen turning to liquid, little blue droplets hanging in the air before falling to the ground. But the strange thing was, this extreme cold only existed in a bubble around the entity. 3 feet away, snow was still melting normally. It moved closer, not by walking but by flowing across the ground like water running uphill. As it approached, I felt a strange draining sensation, like it was pulling the warmth right out of my body. "Stay back!" I shouted, raising my rifle. The creature paused. The computers behind me suddenly turned on, screens flickering with static. Then a voice came from the speakers, not one voice but many layered together. Some I recognized as the missing researchers, but mixed with older recordings and strange sounds I couldn't identify. "We observe long time," the jumbled voice said. "Watch your kind grow while we sleep in ice prison." "What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice shaking from both fear and the intense cold radiating from the entity. The creature didn't answer my question. Instead, it raised one long arm toward the sky, and I watched in horror as its form suddenly broke apart into millions of tiny ice particles that swirled like a snow devil before rushing toward the open door of the research station. I slammed. The door shut, but it didn't matter. The particles flowed through every tiny crack and keyhole like they were water. Within seconds, the swirling mass was inside the room with us. Magnus barked and snapped at the particles, but his teeth closed. On empty air as they flowed around him, the swarm gathered in the center of the room and reformed into that tall, wrong-shaped human figure. Up close, I could see inside it, a shifting, crystalline structure that constantly changed shape, catching light and breaking it into rainbow patterns that were strangely beautiful and terrifying at the same time. "How long have you been here?" I asked, trying to keep it talking while I edged toward the emergency exit at the back of the room. The entity moved toward the ice core samples on the table. It reached out one long finger and touched the shattered remains of sample D9. "Before your kind stood upright," it said through the computer speakers. "Our ship crashed. Ice came. We slept." Ship? The word echoed in my mind. This thing wasn't just ancient. It wasn't from Earth at all. "What do you want?" I asked. The creature turned its featureless face toward me. Where eyes should have been, there were only swirling vortices of ice crystals. "Cold," it said simply. "World too warm now. Need cold." It moved so fast I didn't see it coming. Suddenly it was right in front of me, its icy form towering over mine. The temperature dropped so quickly that frost formed on my eyelashes and the skin of my exposed face began to burn with cold. I staggered back, feeling the life being sucked out of me, not just my body heat, but something deeper, like it was draining my very essence. My vision began to darken around the edges as numbness spread through my limbs. Magnus saved me. He leaped between us, snarling furiously. The creature backed away, its form rippling with what might have been surprise. That's when I saw it. The black substance from the vial in the basement lab was now floating inside the creature's crystalline body. It had absorbed the sample. The entity moved to the window and stared out at the glacier. Then it did something that made my skin crawl. It began to build. Ice spears formed in the air, growing from nothing as it flash-froze water vapor. The spears shot outward, embedding themselves in the walls and floor, creating a strange structure around it, like a throne of ice. Others, like me, still sleep, it said. I wake them. The computers began to show images, satellite views of glaciers around the world. The creature was accessing the researchers' data, learning about Earth as it is now. I had to do something. I raised my rifle, knowing it probably wouldn't do any good, and fired. The bullet went right through the creature and shattered a window behind it. As I feared, the entity didn't even flinch. Instead, parts of its icy body broke off where the bullet passed through, the shards hovering in the air before shooting toward me like tiny missiles. I ducked behind a desk just in time. The ice shards embedded themselves in the wall behind me with enough force to penetrate the metal. "You cannot stop." "Awakening," the creature said, its voice now sounding more like Dr. Abrams than a recording. It was then I noticed something horrifying near the back of the room. Half hidden behind equipment was a human form encased in ice, Dr. Martinez, according to the name tag still visible on his frozen coat. But the ice wasn't just around him, it was part of him. His skin had a crystalline quality, and his eyes. His eyes were open and aware, looking right at me. He was still alive somehow, but partially transformed. As I watched in horror, Martinez's mouth moved, and his voice came from the computer speakers. "Run, Caitlin. It absorbs, changes you, but keeps your mind." The entity turned toward Martinez and with a gesture sealed his mouth with a layer of ice. Martinez's eyes widened in terror, but he couldn't make a sound. "They help me understand humans," the creature explained casually, as if talking about lab specimens. "I keep their minds, use their knowledge." It began moving around the room, touching equipment and instantly freezing it. Each time it touched something electronic, the screens would flash with new information as it absorbed data. "Where are the others?" I asked, referring to the rest of the research team. The entity pointed outside. I looked through the broken window and saw them, 5 human figures standing perfectly still in the snow. Even from this distance I could see the ice coating their bodies, the unnatural stillness of their postures. They prepare. "My children," it said. I didn't understand until I saw Dr. Chen bend down and place something in the snow, a small crystalline object that immediately began to sink into the melting ice, leaving a trail of refreezing water behind it. "Spores," I whispered, realizing with horror what was happening. "You're planting something." "Seeds," the entity corrected, "to make Earth cold again. Good for my kind, bad for yours." It moved toward me again, and this time Magnus wasn't fast enough to intervene. A tendril of ice shot out from the creature's body and wrapped around my arm. My left arm with the frostbite scars. Pain like nothing I'd ever felt shot through me as the ice began to crystallize my flesh. I screamed and pulled away, tearing my sleeve and leaving skin behind, but breaking free. The entity examined the piece of my flesh it had captured, absorbing it into its body. "You different," it said, sounding surprised. "Ice touched you before. You survived." My arm was burning with cold where it had touched me. I looked down and saw my skin turning blue, ice crystals forming in the wound. But unlike Martinez, the transformation wasn't spreading. It stopped at the edge of my old frostbite scars. The Inuit amulet in my pocket suddenly felt warm against my leg. The entity made a sound like cracking ice, almost like laughter. "You think you know cold," it said. "I show you true cold." It raised its arms and the air in the room changed. I felt it in my lungs first, like breathing in liquid nitrogen. Every breath burned. Ice formed on every surface, spreading like living things across the walls and floor. On the computers, warnings flashed. Weather alerts. The temperature outside was dropping rapidly, unnaturally. A storm was forming directly above us. The entity was changing the weather. "What do you want from me?" I gasped, each word painful in the freezing air. "You will help. Wake the others," it said. "Or you will watch your world freeze." It pointed to the door. "Go. To Glacier. See the awakening." Magnus whined, pressing against my legs. His breath came out in thick white clouds. I knew we couldn't stay in this room much longer. The temperature was dropping too fast. I nodded slowly, buying time to think. "I'll go," I said. "But I need to get equipment first. If I'm going to help you, I need tools." The creature seemed to consider this, its crystalline head tilting slightly. "Quick," it finally said, "or I freeze Wolf Dog first." As if to demonstrate, it gestured toward Magnus, and a thin layer of frost immediately formed on his fur. He yelped in pain. "Stop!" I shouted. "I'll hurry!" The entity withdrew its power, and Magnus shook off the frost, growling. I moved quickly to the research equipment, grabbing what I needed while trying to look like I was following the creature's orders. All the while, my mind was racing. This thing wasn't just dangerous. It was planning to change our entire planet, to make Earth uninhabitable for humans, and somehow I was the only one who could stop it. I looked at Martinez, still frozen but conscious, his eyes following my every move. I saw the plea in them. "I'll help you," I said loudly to the entity. "Take me to the glacier." The creature moved toward the door, its icy body flowing like water. As it passed Martinez, it placed a hand on his frozen chest. "No longer needed," it said simply. Before I could shout or move, Martinez's body shattered into thousands of ice shards, his face still showing that final moment of terror. I bit back a scream, knowing I would be next if the entity sensed my true intentions. The door swung open on its own, revealing a world already changing. Snow was falling heavily now, despite the clear sky just minutes ago. The ice beneath the snow was moving, forming patterns like the ones drawn on the research station floor, and in the distance, The glacier was glowing with an eerie blue light. From within, the entity turned back to me, its featureless face somehow conveying a terrible smile. "Come," it said, "see the birth of a new ice age." The world outside had changed in just minutes. Snow fell so heavily I could barely see 10 feet ahead. The temperature had dropped at least 30 degrees, and the wind howled like a living thing in pain. Magnus pressed close to my side as we followed the ice creature toward the glacier. The entity didn't walk. It flowed across the snow, leaving a trail of deep freeze behind it. Where it passed, even the fresh snow turned to hard. "Blue ice, why me?" I asked, raising my voice over the wind. "Why do you need my help?" The creature turned, its body shimmering as ice crystals caught what little light remained. "You survived ice touch," it said, its voice now coming directly from the air around us, making it sound like it was inside my head. "You understand. Cold. You useful." I thought about my old frostbite scars and how the entity's touch hadn't spread beyond them. Something about my past experience with extreme cold had changed me, made me resistant somehow. Or maybe it was the Inuit amulet still warm in my pocket. The possessed researchers were still placing crystal spores in the snow, moving with jerky, puppet-like motions. Up close, I could see that their eyes were frosted, over but still blinking, still aware. I recognized Dr. Chen, her face partially transformed into clear ice, her mouth frozen in a silent scream. "You're hurting them," I said. "Let them go." "They serve," the entity replied simply, "as you will serve." We reached the edge of the glacier where a massive crack had opened up. Heat rose from within, which seemed wrong. Glaciers don't generate heat, but this one did. Steam poured out of the crevasse, creating a fog that mixed strangely with the falling snow. "The awakening begins here," the creature said, gesturing toward the crack. "Look." I peered into the crevasse, and what I saw made me step back in shock. Deep within the blue ice, something huge was moving. Not just one thing, many things. Dark shapes shifting behind layers of ancient glacier, each one as big as a bus. "Your friends," I whispered. "My family," the entity corrected. "Trapped when your world warmed. Now, ice melts. We return." A sudden blizzard whipped up around us, so fierce I had to shield my eyes. When I looked again, I saw that we were cut off. The snow was falling so heavily that the path back to the research station had disappeared. Even with my GPS, finding my way through this would be nearly impossible. The entity had trapped us here. "What do you want me to do?" I asked, playing along while my mind raced for a plan. "Break ice. Here," it said, pointing to a specific spot on the glacier wall. "Your heat, your tools, will free them faster." It wanted me to help it release more of these creatures. I pretended to consider this while looking around for anything I could use as a weapon. My rifle was useless against it, but there had to be something. That's when I remembered my glaciology training. Ice has rules. Even alien ice creatures must follow some kind of rules. "I need to understand what I'm dealing with," I said, pulling out my thermometer. "Every ice formation has optimal temperatures. If I'm going to help break them out, I need readings." The creature seemed pleased by my scientific approach. It allowed me to take measurements, even as it continued controlling the weather around us. The storm grew worse by the minute, and I knew that soon all of Denali would be engulfed in this unnatural winter. My thermometer gave me the first clue. When I aimed it directly at the entity, it registered both extreme cold and surprising heat. The creature was maintaining a specific temperature balance within itself. Too cold, and it would become brittle. Too warm, and it would start to melt. It was a delicate balance, and that could be a weakness. "I need equipment from the research station," I lied. "Special drills for ice this old." "No," the entity said, suddenly suspicious. "You have tools. Work. Now." It gesticulated toward the crevasse, and to my horror, the ice began to move. not just cracking or melting, but actively reshaping itself. The entire glacier face shifted, groaning and popping as tons of frozen water moved against nature. The entity wasn't just controlling the weather, it was controlling the ice itself. That's when Magnus made his move. Whether he sensed my plan or just acted on instinct, I'll never know, but he suddenly lunged at the entity, teeth bared, a growl tearing from his throat. "Magnus, no!" I screamed, but it was too late. The wolf dog's teeth connected with the creature's icy form, and for a moment nothing happened. Then Magnus yelped, a sound of such pain it broke my heart. Where his mouth touched the entity, ice spread rapidly across his muzzle, creeping down his throat. The entity casually batted him away, and Magnus tumbled across the snow, coming to rest against a rock. He struggled to his feet, whimpering, ice spreading across his fur. I ran to him, tears freezing on my cheeks before they could fall. "Magnus, hold on," I whispered, cradling his head. He looked up at me, his yellow eyes still alert despite the ice consuming him. And then I heard something impossible, a sound from his throat that was almost human. "Run!" he seemed to say, the word distorted but unmistakable as the ice transformation began changing him. The entity moved closer, watching with cold curiosity. "All life becomes ice," it said. "He serves now." I backed away as Magnus's form stiffened completely, his body now a statue of ice with just his eyes still moving, still aware. The entity had turned my best friend into one of its puppets. Something in me broke. Sadness turned to rage, and rage cleared my mind. I saw what I needed to do with sudden clarity. My years studying glaciers taught me that ice is stable only within certain parameters. Too much pressure, too much heat, or too much cold can all destabilize it in different ways. And this creature, for all its power, was made of ice. I looked toward the glacier face where steam still rose from within. Whatever was creating that, heat, probably geothermal activity beneath the ice, was my best chance. "You want me to free your family?" I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Fine, but I do it my way." I strode toward the research equipment I'd brought, pulling out the thermal regulators the scientists had been using to study permafrost melt rates. These devices could rapidly heat or cool small areas for experimental purposes. The entity watched as I worked, connecting power packs and setting up the equipment near the crevasse. It didn't understand what I was really doing, creating not just heat, but a rapid oscillation between extreme heat and extreme cold. If I was right, this would destabilize the creature's molecular structure. If I was wrong, I'd just help it free its frozen kin faster. "Stand here," I told the entity, pointing to a spot I'd prepared. "Your touch will activate the process." It moved forward eagerly, placing its icy hands on the equipment. I triggered the device and jumped back. The effect was immediate. The thermal regulators cycled between 200 degrees and 150 degrees in seconds, creating a catastrophic temperature shock. The entity screeched, a sound like ice breaking at high speed as its form began to vibrate uncontrollably. "What you do?" it howled, its voice distorting. "Teaching you about thermal shock," I said, backing farther away. The entity's body began to crack, fine lines appearing across its surface, but I'd underestimated its power. With a gesture, it froze my equipment solid, stopping the temperature. Cycling. Then it turned to me, its form already repairing itself. "You die now," it said simply. I turned and ran toward the glacier face, toward the steam rising from the crevasse. The entity followed, moving faster than I could, cutting me off before I got there. "Nowhere to run," it said, raising its arms. The entire glacier rumbled. To my horror, the ice all around us began to move, to flow like water, to rise up in massive waves that took shape. The entity wasn't just a single creature. It could control and animate the entire glacier. Thousands of tons of ice formed a colossal shape towering over me, a giant version of the entity, with me trapped between its feet. I looked up, fighting, panic, and noticed the steam still rising from cracks in the ice. There was heat down there, volcanic heat from deep underground. That's what had been causing the unusual melt patterns. I had one chance. I pulled out my flare gun, standard Ranger, equipment, and fired it directly at the entity's massive foot. The red flare struck ice and sizzled, boring a small hole but doing little real damage. But it distracted the creature long enough for me to dash between its legs, heading straight for the steaming crevasse. "The dormant volcanic caldera!" I shouted, back at it. "Did you know you built your ice prison on top of a volcano?" I was bluffing, mostly. Denali had volcanic features, but nothing currently active. Still, something was creating heat down there, and heat was this creature's enemy. This ice giant turned, moving with surprising grace for something so massive. It reached for me with hands the size of trucks, but I was already sliding down into the crevasse, into the source of the steam. Heat hit me like a wall as I descended. The narrow space opened into a small cavern where the glacier didn't quite touch the ground. Hot springs bubbled, creating the steam I'd seen. The water wasn't boiling, but it was warm enough to create a constant melt-freeze cycle in the ice above. The entity couldn't follow me in its giant form, but it didn't need to. The ice around me began to close in, the cavern shrinking as it exerted its control. I had seconds, not minutes. I pulled out my last piece of equipment, emergency blasting charges from the research station, designed for clearing ice blocks in emergencies. With shaking hands, I placed them around the thin spot in the glacier wall where the hot spring met ice. The cavern continued to shrink. Ice encased my boots, crawling up my legs. I couldn't move. The entity's voice surrounded me. "You cannot stop evolution. Watch me," I whispered, and triggered the charges. The explosion was deafening in the confined space. I was thrown back against ice, my ears ringing. Water sprayed everywhere as the hot spring broke through. But more importantly, the blast had created a chain reaction in the unstable ice. Cracks spread across the ceiling, massive chunks began to fall. And somewhere above, the ice giant screamed, a sound like an entire glacier calving at once. Hot water gushed into the space, flooding the cavern and rising rapidly. I clawed at the ice holding my legs, breaking free just as water reached a chest. I had to get out or I'd drown. I swam toward where the explosion had torn a new opening, fighting the current as more ice collapsed around me. Outside, the storm had stopped. An unnatural silence hung in the air. The giant ice form had collapsed into an ordinary pile of glacier chunks. Of the entity itself, I saw no sign. The possessed researchers lay in the snow, the ice encasing them already beginning to melt under the normal spring sun. They were moving weakly, returning to themselves as the entity's control faded. I climbed out of the water, soaked and freezing despite the sun. Every part of me hurt, but I was alive. Then I saw it, a small shimmer in the air above the broken ice. The entity wasn't gone, just diminished. It hovered there, its once towering form now barely the size of my hand. "Not finished," it whispered, its voice faint. "Others still sleep." "But not today," I said. "Today you go back to sleep too." It darted toward me suddenly, too fast to dodge. I felt tiny ice needles pierce my eyes before I could blink or turn away. Pain shot through my head like nothing I'd ever felt before. By the time the rescue helicopters arrived an hour later, the entity was gone. Dr. Chen and the others were alive, being treated for hypothermia and exposure. They remembered nothing of their possession. Magnus was gone too. Where his ice statue had stood, I found only his collar in a puddle of ordinary water. I told the rescue team I'd fallen, that my eyes were damaged by ice shards from the explosion. They believed me. Why wouldn't they? But I knew the truth. I could feel tiny crystals behind my eyes, see strange equations forming when I closed my eyelids. The entity had left something of itself inside me. That was 6 months ago. I'm writing this from my room at Alpine View Psychiatric Hospital. Doctors say I have post-traumatic stress with psychotic features. They don't believe me about the ice creature or what happened at the glacier. They can't explain why my tears freeze when they fall, forming perfect geometric patterns on the floor, or why I can look at the weather map and know exactly when and where the next unnatural cold snap will hit. The entity isn't dead. It's hiding, gathering strength, using my eyes to watch, my hands to write the complex equations that cover my walls, calculations showing where the others sleep beneath ice around the world. Sometimes at night I feel it moving inside my mind, and I hear its voice clearly. Soon, we rise. I've tried to warn them. No one listens, and the ice continues to melt. The scream of a dying animal woke me up that morning. I'd heard all kinds of animal sounds during my 22 years as a forest ranger, but this was different. It stopped suddenly, like someone had cut it off with a knife. My name is Douglas Finch, and I've been a ranger at Shoshone National Forest in Wyoming for the past 3 years. Today was supposed to be just another day checking trails and looking for lost hikers. I had no idea it would be the day everything changed. I crawled out of my sleeping bag, my bad leg stiff as always. Got it from a mountain lion that didn't like me telling it to move along back in '73. The cabin was freezing even though it was the middle of July. Strange. As I made coffee on my little camp stove, I looked out the window. Something wasn't right. The forest was too quiet. No birds singing, no squirrels chattering, nothing. I grabbed my radio to check in with headquarters, but all I got was static. Not unusual out here, 30 miles from anywhere. I was used to being alone. After what happened at Yellowstone, after losing those 3 young rangers in the fire, and after Sarah left me, being alone felt safer. My hand went to my chest pocket, feeling the outline of Jenny's photo, 8 years old when the leukemia took her. The doctors said it was quick, but nothing about watching your little girl die feels quick. The flask in my boot called to me. 3 weeks sober until last night. I ignored it this morning. I needed a clear head. Something in my gut told me today was going to be trouble. Outside, the air smelled like pine and last night's rain, but there was something else, something I couldn't name. The sun was trying to break through the trees, but the shadows seemed darker than they should be, like they were made of something thicker than just the absence of light. A family of elk appeared at the tree line ahead. Beautiful animals. But then, something scared them. They bolted like they'd seen a wolf, but there was nothing there, at least nothing I could see. By 9 a.m., the sky had turned dark with clouds that came from nowhere. The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. In July, my ears popped like I was driving up a mountain, but I was on flat ground. That's when my radio crackled to life. Ranger Finch? The voice belonged to my supervisor. Your visitor is arriving by jeep. Dr. Helen Westmore, the wildlife biologist from the university. Don't forget you're her guide today. Great. Just what I needed. A city scientist who probably couldn't tell poison ivy from a potato plant. Little did I know that by sundown, I'd be praying that a plant mix-up would be our biggest problem. The jeep pulled up around noon. Out stepped a woman in her late 30s with practical hiking boots and a jacket that had seen some real outdoors time. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. Dr. Westmore? I called out. Helen, please, she said, extending her hand. Her grip was firm. You must be Ranger Finch. Douglas, I replied, surprising myself. I usually keep things formal with visitors. Thanks for agreeing to this, she said, pulling equipment from the back of her jeep. These animal deaths and migration changes are unlike anything I've seen before. I helped her unload some serious-looking scientific gear. What exactly are we looking for? Animals are leaving areas they've inhabited for generations, she explained, and we've found clusters of dead wildlife with no obvious cause, always in perfect circles. That made the hair on my neck stand up. Last week, I'd found a circular clearing that wasn't on any map. The ground there had been warm, even on a cool morning. I know a spot we should check, I said, but it's a few hours' hike. As we walked, I found myself telling her things I normally keep to myself. About the fire in Yellowstone. About my ex-wife Sarah, who couldn't handle my nightmares anymore. I stopped short of telling her about Jenny. That pain stays with me alone. Helen was easy to talk to. She'd seen her share of hardship too. Lost. Her vision in one eye during a research trip gone wrong in Alaska. But she didn't let it stop her. The animals sense something, she said as we hiked. They always know first when something's not right. Like the elk this morning, I muttered. What elk? I told her about what I'd seen. She wrote it down in her notebook. The dark clouds stayed overhead all day, making the forest dim like twilight. The birds never did start singing again. The whole forest felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. As we got closer to the clearing I'd found, my watch stopped working. Helen's compass started spinning in circles. That's not normal, she said, frowning at her equipment. Nothing's been normal lately, I admitted. For the past month, something's felt wrong out here. Wrong how? I hesitated. It's going to sound crazy. Try me, she said. The shadows move when they shouldn't. The animals act scared of nothing, and I've been having these dreams. Dreams. Always the same. Something tall watching me from between the trees, too tall to be human. Helen didn't laugh like I expected. Instead, she looked worried. The local tribes have stories, she said quietly, about this forest, about something that lives here, something old. We crested a small hill, and there it was, the perfect circular clearing I'd found before. No trees, no plants, just bare earth. But now there was something new, deep marks in the trees around it. At first glance they looked like bear claw marks, but bears don't make patterns. These marks formed the same shape over and over. What is that? Helen whispered, pointing to the center of the clearing. There, pressed into the dirt, was a footprint, human-shaped, but wrong. Too big, at least 18 inches long, and it only had 3 toes. Helen pulled out a device from her pack. I'm picking up infrasound, she said, like before an earthquake, but rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat. I finished. That's when we both got the worst headache of our lives at the exact same time. My nose started bleeding, so did hers. We backed away from the clearing and the pain stopped. A helicopter passed overhead, Ranger Rescue doing their usual patrol. The radio on my belt suddenly burst to life with the pilot's voice. Base, this is Chopper 2. We're having some kind of electrical static. Can't maintain. More static. Then clearly, there's something moving in the sound of the helicopter's engine died. Then came the crash, somewhere to the north. Helen and I looked at each other. The sun was setting. We need to make camp, I said. We can search for survivors at first light. Neither of us said what we were both thinking. There wouldn't be any survivors. We set up camp about a mile from the clearing, far enough that our headaches went away. Neither of us wanted to be any closer to that place in the dark. As night fell, the temperature dropped to near freezing, impossible for July. Helen set up her scientific equipment in a circle around our camp. Motion sensors, she explained. They'll warn us if anything larger than a rabbit comes near. I built a fire bigger than I normally would. Something told me we'd want the light tonight. Douglas, Helen said quietly as we sat by the fire. What do you know about Wendigos? Wendigos, I frowned. Old Native American legend, spirit that possesses humans who've done cannibalism, supposed to be always hungry, never satisfied. She nodded. That's the common version, but the Shoshone and Blackfoot tribes tell it differently. They say a Wendigo isn't something that was ever human. It's ancient, a winter spirit that brings ice and death. It's July, I pointed out. And yet we can see our breath, she replied. I couldn't argue with that. The tribes say it hunts by creating impossible cold, she continued, that it feeds on fear and suffering more than flesh, and that it marks its territory with patterns like what we saw on those trees. I took out Jenny's photo, looking at her smiling face. In the firelight, I could almost pretend she was just at home waiting for me. I don't believe in monsters, I said finally. Don't you? Helen asked. After what you've seen today? Before I could answer, all her sensors went off at once. Red lights, flashing, alarms beeping. Something was circling our camp, something big. I pulled out my service revolver, standard issue for rangers in case of aggressive wildlife. Suddenly it felt very small in my hand. Look, Helen whispered, pointing. Just beyond the firelight stood a deer. At least it had been a deer once. Now it was frozen solid, ice crystals covering its fur. Its eyes were gone, leaving black empty. Sockets. Its head turned toward us with a cracking sound. Then another appeared, and another. A whole circle of frozen animal corpses surrounding our camp, all facing inward, all missing their eyes. Their heads moved in perfect unison, tracking something we couldn't see. The fire flickered, then, impossibly, froze solid. The flames turned to ice sculptures, still glowing orange, but giving no heat. Daddy? The voice came from the darkness, Jenny's voice, my little girl who'd been dead for 10 years. Daddy, I'm cold. Let me in. The voice came from another direction now, then another. Jenny's voice calling from everywhere at once. It's not real. Helen grabbed my arm. Douglas, it's not her. I knew that. Of course I knew that. But hearing my daughter's voice broke something in me. These are advanced mimicry tactics, Helen was saying, her scientific mind still working. Predatory behavior. It's trying to lure you out. One of her devices beeped. She grabbed it, some kind of thermal camera. She gasped at what she saw. -30 degrees, she whispered, showing me the screen. There, captured in blues and greens, was a humanoid figure. But it was too tall, too thin. Its head was wrong, elongated with what looked like antlers. What the hell is that? I hissed. The frozen deer corpses suddenly collapsed, like puppets with cut strings. In the silence that followed, I heard it. Footsteps, heavy, crunching the frozen ground, coming closer, and then I saw it, standing at the edge of our dead fire's light. A figure at least 14 feet tall, skin pulled tight over a skeletal frame. Its head was like a deer skull with massive antlers, but no deer ever grew that big. Its eyes reflected the light like an animal's, but they held an intelligence that made my blood run cold. It opened its mouth, a black pit lined with needle-like teeth, and out came a sound that will haunt me forever. My daughter's laugh, perfect in every detail. The temperature plummeted. My breath crystallized in front of my face. Frost formed on my eyebrows. I raised my gun, but faster than I could track, the thing was gone, just vanished. Where? I started to ask. There, Helen pointed. It now stood on the opposite side of camp. It hadn't walked. It had simply appeared. There, the ground at its feet frosted over. From inside our tent came the sound of things breaking as our water bottles froze and burst. I fired my gun. The bullet hit. I heard the impact, but the creature didn't flinch. Instead, it reached into a sort of pouch made of skin, hanging from its waist. It pulled something out and dropped it on the ground. A watch. Sarah's watch. The one I'd given her for our 10th anniversary. The one she should have with her, hundreds of miles away. The message was clear. No one is beyond my reach. Then it was gone again, leaving only a trail of frost. Neither of us slept that night. Dawn brought no real light, just a slight lessening of darkness. The clouds overhead had grown thicker, unnatural in their stillness. During the night, something had arranged deer carcasses in a perfect circle around our camp. Each one had been cut open with surgical precision. Their organs were missing. "We need to get out of here," I said, packing up as fast as I could, with fingers stiff from cold. Helen was examining one of the carcasses. "Look at this," she called. "The internal temperature shows these deer have been dead less than an hour, but they're completely empty of blood." I didn't care about the science. I just wanted to get us back to safety. If there was any safety to be found. My radio crackled to life, making us both jump. Through the static came a child's voice, not Jenny's this time, reciting numbers in a monotone. 1404, 1404. My blood turned to ice. July 14th, 2004, the day Jenny died. I threw the radio away, but we could still hear it. The voice continued, coming from the device, even though it was now broken in pieces. "We should check for helicopter survivors," Helen said, her voice shaking. Slightly. We both knew it was a bad idea, but we couldn't just leave them out there. The hike to the crash site took hours. Everything looked wrong in the forest now. Trees bent at impossible angles, shadows that moved against the light, the constant feeling of being watched. When we finally found the helicopter, it wasn't burning as it should have been. It was encased in ice. The pilot and the ranger were frozen solid inside, their faces locked in expressions of pure terror. Helen tried to collect a soil sample near the wreckage, but her sample container corroded and melted when she filled it, molecularly. "Impossible," she whispered, staring at the bubbling remains of the metal container. On the helicopter's window, giant claw marks had etched a now familiar pattern. "It's hunting us," I said. Helen nodded. "But why us specifically? Why not the hundreds of other people in this forest?" I had no answer. We started making our way back toward the ranger station. It was at least a day's hike, but it was our only hope. As we walked, Helen shared her theory. "I think it's been dormant a long time. Something woke it up. Maybe climate change, maybe mining operations in the next valley. Now, it's reclaiming its territory." "How do we stop it?" I asked. "The legends say fire," she replied. "But our campfire froze solid, so I don't know if that's true anymore." The forest grew darker as we walked, though it was only midday. The trees closed in around us, creating a tunnel-like path that I didn't recognize, though I knew these woods like the back of my hand. I realized too late that we were being herded. The path opened into a massive sinkhole I'd never seen before. The walls were lined with bones, hundreds, maybe thousands of skeletons from different time periods. I spotted an old cavalry uniform, a 1920s camera, modern hiking boots. "It's a feeding ground," Helen gasped. "It's been here for centuries." That's when Helen grabbed my arm. "Douglas, I need to tell you something. I have stage 4 pancreatic cancer, 3 months to live. That's partly why I took this assignment. I wanted my research to mean something before. I didn't know what to say, but I understood something about facing death. There's a fire watch tower about 2 miles east," I said. "It has emergency communications equipment. If we can reach it..." A blast of freezing air hit us. The Wendigo stood at the far edge of the bone pit, watching us. It raised one long skeletal arm and pointed directly at Helen. Fleece began forming on her glasses, spreading to her eyelashes. "Run!" she shouted, pushing me toward the east. "I'll distract it. I'm not leaving you. You have to." She pulled out a flare gun. "This thing feeds on suffering, right? Well, I've got plenty to spare." Before I could stop her, Helen charged toward the Wendigo, screaming and firing the flare. The red light illuminated the creature fully for the first time. A nightmare of bone and stretched skin and ancient hunger. I ran. I'm not proud of it, but I ran. Helen's screams followed me, then stopped abruptly. The temperature dropped to levels I'd never felt before. My metal flashlight shattered in my hand. Ice formed on my eyelids. Every breath was agony. I wasn't going to make it to the watchtower. The Wendigo was toying with me, letting me think I had a chance before it closed in. Then things got worse. The world around me shimmered and changed. Suddenly I was back in Yellowstone, watching the fire close in on the three young rangers. But this time, I was experiencing it from their perspective, feeling their fear, their hope that I would save them, their realization that I wouldn't reach them in time. The vision shifted. I was in a hospital room, looking up at myself through Jenny's eyes as the machines beeped slower and slower. I felt her confusion, her pain, her love for her daddy who couldn't save her. I fell to my knees in the snow. The Wendigo was showing me everything I'd lost, everyone I'd failed, from their perspective. It was feeding on my guilt and grief. "Stop," I begged, "please." The visions faded. The Wendigo stood before me, its antlered head tilted curiously. It reached out one long finger and pressed it to my chest, right over Jenny's photograph. I spread from the touch, creeping toward my heart. I knew then what it wanted. It wanted me to give up, to surrender to despair. My suffering was its food. In that moment, something in me hardened. Jenny wouldn't want this. Helen hadn't given up. Neither would I. I pulled out Jenny's photograph, now rimmed with frost. "You want my pain?" I growled. "You can't have it. It's mine." I reached for the flask in my boot. The whiskey inside was still liquid. Alcohol doesn't freeze as easily as water. I poured it over the photograph, then pulled out my emergency matches. "Fire may not work on you directly," I said, "but I bet it still burns." The Wendigo sensed what I was about to do. It moved with blinding speed, driving an ice spear through my shoulder. I screamed but kept my grip on the matches. With my last strength, I struck the match and touched it to the whiskey-soaked photo. It caught immediately, burning bright in the darkness. I pressed the burning photo against the Wendigo's chest, where skin stretched paper-thin over its ribcage. For the first time, the creature made a sound, a high, keening wail that shook icicles. From the trees, it tried to back away, but I held on, pressing harder. The fire burned through, creating a hollow in its chest. I reached for my emergency flares, broke one open, and shoved the burning chemicals into the cavity. The Wendigo thrashed, its body cracking like lake ice in spring. Light shone from within it, pouring from its eyes and mouth. Then, with a sound, like a glacier carving, it shattered into thousands of ice shards that fell harmlessly around me. I collapsed in the snow, bleeding from my shoulder, certain I was about to die, but somehow I didn't. They found me the next morning, a search party that had set out when both Helen and I missed our check-ins. I was half frozen but alive. Helen's body was never found, neither was the Wendigo's. The forest returned to normal, birds singing, animals behaving as they should, the weather appropriate for July. During my recovery, doctors found something they couldn't explain. A small ice crystal embedded near my heart, too close to vital tissue to remove safely, they said. It's been 6 months now. The first snow fell yesterday. As the days grow shorter and colder, I feel the crystal pulsing, growing. Sometimes I catch myself standing too still, watching people with a hunger I never had before. I've arranged for a cabin, far from anyone. I've left letters explaining everything. When the transformation is complete, I don't want to be near those. I could hurt in my darkest moments. I wonder if this was the Wendigo's plan all along, not to kill me, but to use me, to become me. The ice is spreading. I don't have much time left. If you're reading this, stay away from the circular clearings. Stay away from the places where the forest falls silent. And if you ever feel a sudden, unnatural cold, run. Just run. Something isn't right about this cave. I'm standing at the entrance, watching a single red maple leaf float down through the air. It lands on the surface of a small spring, and the water just stops. Not freezes, just stops moving, like time. Itself hit pause. Then, as quickly as it happened, the water returns to normal, rippling outward as if nothing strange had occurred. My name is Martin Holloway. I'm a park ranger at Mammoth Cave National Park, and I've spent my entire adult life exploring caves. But this spot, this hidden entrance we discovered last month, makes the hair on my arms stand up. The sunlight filters through the trees, making spots of light dance on the rocks. But those spots move wrong somehow, like they're being pulled toward the dark mouth of the cave. The air coming from the entrance feels alive, warm then cold, like breathing. You feel that? I ask, but the university research team behind me is too busy setting up equipment to notice. I squat down to look at the moss around the cave entrance. It grows in perfect circles, one inside another, like someone drew them with a compass. In 15 years of studying caves, I've never seen anything like it. My GPS unit beeps, and I look down at the screen. According to this, we're somehow in two places at once, right here and also nearly 8 miles southeast. I tap the screen, thinking it must be broken. "Hey, Dr. Chen," I called to the lead researcher. "Notice anything weird about this clearing?" She looks up from her equipment. "Like what?" "No bugs," I say. "Middle of Kentucky forest in autumn and not a single insect." She frowns, realizing I'm right. The silence is heavy. No buzzing, no chirping. Even the cave swallows that were making noise earlier have gone quiet. I shine my flashlight on the walls near the entrance, revealing strange patterns in the rock. Perfect right angles and geometric shapes that shouldn't exist in nature. Most people would say they're just weird mineral deposits, but after all my years exploring caves, I know better. I check my watch. Only 2 p.m., but the shadows around us stretch long like it's nearly sunset, and they all point toward the cave entrance, reaching into the darkness as if being pulled inside. Dr. Chen walks up beside me. "Ready to go in, Ranger Holloway?" I nod, but my gut is screaming at me to turn around to get these people back to safety. Instead, I pull out my flask, pour a small splash of bourbon on the ground near the entrance, and whisper, "For the darkness." The local guides taught me that years ago. I never used to believe in such things. But this cave is different, and my instincts, the ones that have kept me alive all these years, are telling me we're about to find out exactly how different it is. I check my gear one more time before leading the team inside. Primary flashlight, backup flashlight, emergency. Flashlight, extra batteries, flares, first aid kit, water, rope. Some of the researchers smirk at what they think is overkill, but they don't know what I know. They didn't spend 31 hours trapped under tons of rock, listening to the fading cries of their partner, unable to reach him as he slowly died. "Everyone, stay close," I tell them as we enter. The cool, damp air wraps around us like a blanket. My hand automatically goes to my back, feeling the raised network of scars through my shirt. A permanent reminder of what happens when caves decide they don't want to let you out. Dr. Chen comes up beside me. "We really appreciate your expertise, Ranger Holloway. The park director mentioned you're the best cave expert they have." I nod. Been mapping and exploring caves since I was 20. Used to do underwater cave rescue too. I don't mention how that ended, with me developing a crippling fear of submerged passages after the accident. They don't need to know. "What do you make of these echo phenomena tourists have been reporting?" she asks as we move deeper. Sounds coming back minutes later, sometimes changed. "Never heard anything like it," I admit, twisting the wedding ring. I still wear 3 years after Sarah left. She couldn't handle the nightmares, the way I'd wake up screaming, thinking I was trapped again. Can't blame her, really. The cave opens up into a large chamber and I pause, letting my mind do what it does best, creating a detailed mental map. Left passage slopes down 15 degrees, narrows after about 40 feet. Right passage maintains level, but curves back toward entrance after 60 feet. Center passage descends sharply, opens into larger chamber. It's like seeing the whole system in my head. A gift that saved my life and others more times than I can count. We'll take the center. Passage, I decide, ignoring the unease building in my stomach. Something about this cave system feels wrong, but I can't put my finger on why. Have you explored this section before? Asks a young graduate student named Tyler. Unofficially, I reply, not mentioning that I've been mapping this section against park regulations. Something about the unusual readings here has been drawing me back, suggestions that this relatively small system somehow connects to caverns over 30 miles away. Physically impossible, and yet, you know, I say as we start down the center passage, I'm not usually one for ghost stories, but the local guides have some interesting ones about this area of the park. Like what? Asks Tyler, his voice echoing slightly. They say there are parts of Mammoth Cave where the darkness isn't just an absence of light. It's something that watches and waits. The old-timers leave offerings at certain entrances, bourbon usually. Is that what you were doing back there? Dr. Chen asks with a slight smile. I shrug. Better safe than sorry. As we descend deeper, I can't shake the feeling that we're being drawn in rather than choosing our path. My mapping instincts tell me we should have intercepted a known passage by now, but instead, we're moving into territory that shouldn't exist, according to the official park surveys. Careful here, I warn, as we navigate a narrow section. The beam of my flashlight catches something on the wall, a strange discoloration that almost looks like handprints, but elongated, with two thin fingers. I quickly move the light away, not wanting to draw attention to it. How much farther do you want to go today? Asks Dr. Chen. Just a bit more, I say, unable to explain the compulsion I feel to push forward, even as every instinct tells me to turn back. I think there's a larger chamber ahead where you can set up your acoustic equipment. What I don't tell them is that I've been dreaming about this chamber for weeks, a vast space deep underground where the darkness feels alive. And now we're heading straight for it. Hold up, I call out, my flashlight beam fixed on the cave wall. Everyone, come look at this. The team gathers around as I trace my light over a series of ancient markings, partially hidden behind more recent rock formations. They're petroglyphs, clearly old, maybe thousands of years, showing stick-like humanoid figures emerging from what looks like underground pools. The figures are wrong somehow, too tall with elongated limbs and no eyes. Native American? Asks Dr. Chen. Maybe, says Dr. Patel, the team's anthropologist, but I've never seen figures quite like these. Look at the proportions. Those arms are almost twice as long as they should be. A strange feeling crawls up my spine as we move on. The research team begins setting up their equipment in the chamber I led them to, but things immediately start going wrong. This doesn't make sense, mutters Willis, the team's geologist, staring at his mapping device. According to this, we've got tunnels that physically intersect, but that's impossible. I look over his shoulder at the 3D rendering. He's right. The digital map shows passages that overlap in space, yet somehow remain separate when we walk through them. It's like the cave exists in more dimensions than we can perceive. Martin, calls Dr. Chen from across the chamber. Can you explain this? She's holding up a sound meter with readings that jump all over the place. I watch as she demonstrates. Her whisper carries to the far side of the chamber, where another researcher can hear it clearly. But when she shouts, the sound seems to disappear, swallowed by the darkness. Let's collect some water samples, suggests Tyler, the graduate student, moving toward a small pool in the corner of the chamber. Later, when we examine the samples under a portable microscope, Dr. Chen goes silent before calling me over. This can't be right, she says, her voice tight. Look at these microorganisms, these cellular structures. They appear to contain metallic components. That's biologically impossible. As the day progresses, more inexplicable things happen. Willis, who's been mapping caves for over 20 years, becomes increasingly agitated. We're going in circles, he insists, even though my mental map tells me we're moving deeper into the system. We've been making steady progress downward, I assure him, but he shakes his head violently. No, no, no. We've passed this formation 3 times now. He points to a stalagmite that does look familiar, though I could swear we're in a completely different passage than before. Our thermometer starts registering bizarre temperature fluctuations, dropping exactly 7 degrees whenever someone speaks, above a whisper, then returning to normal. Dr. Patel, the mathematician in the group, points out that the timing between fluctuations corresponds to prime numbers. I'm checking our supplies when Tyler calls out in confusion. "Did anyone move my sample containers?" he asks, searching through his pack. "I had them right here." Before anyone can answer, Dr. Chen gasps, pointing her light down a side passage we haven't explored yet. There, arranged in a perfect geometric pattern, sit Tyler's missing containers. "Maybe one of us moved them and forgot," suggests Willis weakly, but we all know better. No one has been down that passage. Our radio crackles to life, making everyone jump. Through the static we hear voices, our voices, discussing the discovery of a massive chamber and something alive within it. But we haven't found such a chamber, nor had that conversation. "That's tomorrow," whispers Dr. Chen. "We were just planning to look for that chamber tomorrow." The blood drains from my face as I realize she's right. Somehow, the radio is picking up conversations we haven't had yet. The final straw comes when Willis calls us to examine something embedded in the wall deep within a newly discovered passage. A perfect casting of a human handprint in solid limestone. "I'm dating this rock layer at roughly 65 million years old," he says, his scientific detachment crumbling. "That's impossible. Humans didn't exist then." As we all stare at the handprint, I notice several members of the team wiping at their noses. Dr. Chen's begins bleeding suddenly, a thin trickle of red against her pale skin. I feel dizzy, the cave seeming to shift around me. "Did anyone see that?" whispers Tyler, pointing his light toward a dark crevice where the passage narrows. We all saw it. A pale shape moving just beyond the reach of our lights. "Too tall, too thin to be human. We need to get out of here," I say. But even as the words leave my mouth, I know it's too late. The cave doesn't want to let us go. It starts with movements at the edge of vision, pale shapes darting between stalagmites, visible only when you're not looking directly at them. Each time someone spins to catch a glimpse, there's nothing there except a faint trail of glowing slime that shimmers briefly before fading. "Stay together," I order, feeling the familiar grip of fear tightening around my chest. No one gets more than 3 feet from the person next to them. We begin making our way back toward the entrance, moving as quickly as caution allows. The passages seem different now, unfamiliar despite my mental mapping. It's as if the cave is rearranging itself around us. A scream cuts through the darkness, high-pitched and suddenly silent. It's Alvarez, the audio engineer who had fallen behind despite my warnings. "Turn around now!" I shout, but Dr. Chen is already rushing back, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. We find Alvarez slumped against the wall, his eyes open but empty. His expensive recording equipment is somehow embedded in his chest cavity. The lights still blinking, the meters still registering sound. The precision of it, like a surgical implantation rather than a violent attack, makes it all the more horrifying. "Something's coming," whispers Tyler, and we all hear it. A series of clicks and hums that seem to vibrate inside our skulls, making it hard to think or move. My legs go wobbly, and Dr. Patel collapses to her knees, hands pressed against her ears. That's when we see them clearly for the first time. They emerge from cracks in the walls, too narrow for anything human to pass through. Pale, elongated figures, with limbs that bend in too many places. Their skin is translucent, showing dark veins beneath. Where eyes should be, they have only sunken sockets filled with something that pulses and shifts, responding to our flashlight beams by recoiling. "Don't make any sudden movements," I whisper, though I have no idea if that's the right advice. Nothing in my years of cave exploration has prepared me for this. One of the creatures moves forward, its body seeming to flatten as it squeezes through a narrow gap that couldn't possibly accommodate it. Its joints dislocate with wet popping sounds, allowing it to compress its frame to just inches thick before reforming on the other side. Willis panics, turning to run, but another creature drops from the ceiling behind him. They're surrounding us, emerging from all sides with precise coordination, despite no visible communication between them. "The light," gasps Dr. Chen. "They don't like the light." She's right. They shy away from our direct beams, though they seem to be growing bolder. Testing the boundaries of our illumination, we back into a larger chamber and make a horrifying discovery. The walls are lined with carefully cultivated patches of glowing fungi, arranged in patterns that almost look like writing. Scattered among them are objects: a watch from the 1940s, a camera from the 1970s, a child's shoe that might be decades or centuries old. "They've been collecting," says Dr. Patel, "from everyone who's ever come down here." One of the creatures darts forward suddenly, grabbing at Tyler's pack. Dr. Chen reacts instinctively, swinging her heavy flashlight. It connects with a sickening crunch, and the creature recoils, a glowing blue fluid seeping from the wound. Where the fluid touches the ground, it hardens into crystal-like structures that continue to pulse with an inner light, beating in rhythm like a distant heart. More of them appear, moving with unsettling coordination. When one approaches from the left, another simultaneously attacks from the right. When we focus our lights on one group, others circle behind us. "They're herding us," I realize aloud, the horror of it settling in my stomach like a stone. "They're not just attacking randomly, they're driving us deeper." As if to confirm my suspicion, the passage behind us suddenly collapses in a shower of rocks and dust. I spin around just in time to see one of the creatures pressing its hands against the cave wall, which seems to soften and flow like wax under its touch. "They can alter the rock somehow," I tell the others, my voice shaking. "They're creating new passages, cutting off our escape. We have no choice but to move in the direction they're forcing us, deeper into the cave system towards something. I can feel waiting in the darkness ahead. Something massive, ancient and hungry. Dr. Chen moves closer to me, her voice barely audible even though her lips are nearly touching my ear. "They're not just cave dwellers, are they? They're something else entirely." I shake my head. The clicks and hums grow louder, more insistent, as we're pushed toward a massive chamber that I somehow know is just ahead. The chamber I've been seeing in my dreams for weeks. "Whatever you do," I whisper to the remaining team members, "don't let them separate us, and keep your lights on them at all times." But even as I say it, I know we're being led exactly where these creatures want us to go. Toward something far worse than what we've seen so far. The subterranean humanoids aren't the predators here, they're the shepherds. The creatures drive us into an enormous chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness, despite our most powerful lights. The air feels different here, heavier, charged with something that makes my skin tingle and my thoughts scatter. A deep rumbling shakes the ground beneath our feet, and suddenly the passage behind us collapses. Dr. Patel and Willis are cut off. From the rest of us, their screams barely audible through the wall of fallen rock. "We need to go back for them," Tyler shouts, but I grab his arm. "There is no back anymore," I say, the knowledge settling like ice in my veins. Every choice now is impossible. Who to save, which way to turn, how to survive. The chamber we're in is unlike any natural cave formation I've ever seen. The walls curve in perfect acoustic arcs, and when Dr. Chen speaks, her voice amplifies and returns from multiple directions, layered and distorted. "It's designed," she whispers, realization dawning on her face. "This entire chamber is an amplification system built to focus and direct sound waves. Before I can respond, a series of clicks and hums surround us, but this time they form patterns, almost like language. The pain is immediate and crippling, dropping us to our knees as the sound waves physically assault our bodies. Tyler is the first to recover, pulling out his tablet. "I've been recording them," he gasps. "The sounds they make, the patterns. I think I can create a counter-signal." While he works, Dr. Chen studies the creatures with her scientist's eye, even as they circle us like sharks. "They're human," she says suddenly. "Or they were once. Look at the skeletal structure, the vestigial features. These could be evolutionary adaptations to permanent underground living. Loss of pigmentation, enhanced hearing, sensory organs that detect electromagnetic fields instead of eyes. How is that possible, I ask? Early human ancestors driven underground by some prehistoric catastrophe, she theorizes. Tens of thousands of years of isolation and adaptation. It's theoretically possible. A new sound cuts through the chamber, a wet, slithering noise that makes my skin crawl. The humanoid creatures back away, pressing themselves against the walls. Their clicking suddenly frantic. Something's coming, I warn, shining my light toward a massive pool of black water at the chamber's center that I hadn't noticed before. The surface begins to ripple and bulge. Behind us, we hear pounding on the collapsed passage. "Martin, can you hear us?" It's Willis's voice, muffled but desperate. "We're coming through," Dr. Patel shouts. "Stand back!" A series of controlled explosions shakes the chamber. The seismic charges they'd brought to map underground structures now being used to clear a path. The creatures scatter at the noise, giving us momentary reprieve. The rock wall cracks, and Willis pushes through, covered in dust and bleeding from a head wound. "Dr. Patel," he gasps. "She didn't. The charges were too close. She couldn't." He breaks down, unable to finish. The sacrifice is clear. She detonated the charges herself, too close to escape the collapse, but creating an exit for Willis. The moment of grief is cut short as several of the humanoid creatures suddenly convulse, their bodies contorting impossibly. To our horror, they begin to merge, limbs and torsos flowing together like wax, forming a massive composite creature that towers over us, a nightmare of too many arms and pulsing sensory organs. "The water!" Tyler shouts, pointing to the passage he's found, a narrow tunnel that leads away from the chamber. "There's a way out through there." But the tunnel is half-flooded, water reaching to the ceiling in sections. The mere sight of it sends panic clawing up my throat. Dark, enclosed underwater spaces, my ultimate fear since the accident. "I can't," I whisper, paralyzed. Dr. Chen grabs my shoulders. "You have to, Martin. You're the only one who knows caves. Well enough to navigate underwater. We'll die here otherwise." The composite creature lumbers toward us, each step shaking the ground. Behind it, something massive begins to emerge from the central pool. A pale, pulsing shape, too large and too alien to comprehend. Tyler has been working frantically on his tablet, and suddenly he holds it up, the speaker emitting a precise pattern of sounds that matches the creature's communication, but inverted. The effect is immediate. The composite creature staggers, its components starting to separate. "It's working," Tyler shouts. The counter-signal disrupts their hive-mind connection. But his triumph is short-lived. One of the separated creatures lunges at him, knocking the tablet from his hands. It shatters on the rocks. As we back toward the flooded passage, my flashlight beam sweeps across an alcove carved into the chamber wall and illuminates something that doesn't belong. A metal door with a faded government seal. I force it open to reveal an observation room filled with dusty equipment. Cameras, recording devices, monitors, logbooks line a shelf, the oldest dating back to 1953. They knew, I breathe. The Park Service, the government, they've known about these things for decades, but there's no time to process this betrayal. The creatures have regrouped and are advancing. We grab what we can, including an ultraviolet lamp that I switch on instinctively. The effect is dramatic. The creatures recoil, their skin blistering and smoking under the UV rays. They retreat, giving us precious seconds. "Go!" I shout to Dr. Chen and Willis, pointing toward the flooded passage. Use the UV light to keep them back. I'll be right behind you. They hesitate only briefly before plunging into the water. I follow, fighting the rising panic as the cold water closes over my head. My lungs burn, my mind screams with claustrophobic terror, but I force myself forward, guiding them through turns and narrow spots with hand signals. Just when my lungs are about to burst, we surface in a small air pocket. One more swim, and we emerge into a natural spring outside the cave system, miles from where we entered. Only Dr. Chen, Willis, and I make it out alive. The authorities don't believe our story, or pretend not to. The entrance we used has been collapsed completely when search teams go looking, and no trace of our equipment or our lost colleagues is ever found. A month later, I wake up in the middle of the night to find myself drawing on my apartment walls intricate maps of impossible cave systems that extend far beneath Mammoth Cave, connecting to vast networks that can't possibly exist. I have no memory of doing this night after night. The medical tests show microscopic organisms in my nervous system, similar to those we found in the cave water, but adapted to human biology. Sometimes in quiet moments, I hear clicking sounds in my head, patterns and rhythms that feel like communications from somewhere deep underground. And I know, with terrible certainty, that whatever lives in the depths of Cumberland isn't content to stay there anymore. It's found a way out through me. I still remember the cold that morning. Not the normal kind that bites at your fingers, but the kind that crawls inside your bones and makes a home there. 17 days of fog. 17 days where the sun forgot Olympic National Park existed. Something was wrong with the forest, and I was the only one who seemed to notice. My name is Victoria Hayes, Park Ranger at Olympic National Park, Washington. 5 years ago, I was just a wildlife photographer with dreams of National Geographic covers. Now I walk these misty trails with a titanium rod in my right leg and nightmares that won't quit. That morning started like the others that week. The mist hanging between the massive trees like it was stuck there. I've seen fog before. Hell, this is the Pacific Northwest. We practically invented fog. But this was different. This fog didn't move right. It stayed perfectly still in spots where it should have drifted. It avoided certain trees entirely, like it was afraid to touch them. Just another day in paradise, I muttered to myself, adjusting the service revolver hidden under my ranger jacket. The park doesn't allow us to carry firearms, but after what I saw through my camera lens 5 years ago, I don't go anywhere without it. My boots sank into the black soil as I made my way down the trail. The moss covering everything glowed an unnatural green in the filtered light, making the forest look like something from another world. I stopped to record notes in my journal. Park administration hates my anomaly reports, but they still file them away. I know they do. The sudden sound of Roosevelt elk moving in the distance made me pause. Their footsteps in the undergrowth were a familiar comfort until they stopped all at once. The silence that followed made the hair on my neck stand up. In 15 years of wilderness work, I'd never heard the forest go this quiet. My radio crackled. To life. Hayes, you there? Over. The voice belonged to my supervisor, Martinez. I'm here, about 3 miles in on the Hoh River Trail. Over. Your scientist friend is here, the primate guy. Want me to send him your way? Over. Dr. Raymond Thompson. The university had sent him to investigate reports of unusually large footprints found near abandoned campsites. Most rangers laughed it. Off as another Bigfoot enthusiast, wasting government resources. I wasn't laughing. Yes, send him through. I'll wait here. Over. I clicked off the radio and looked up at the massive Sitka spruces towering above me. Their trunks were marked with 3 parallel gouges, far too high for any bear or cougar. Fresh. Sap still oozed from wounds that looked weeks old. I reached out to touch one of the marks when I felt it, that familiar sensation of being watched. not by something human. I slowly turned, scanning the wall of mist surrounding me. Nothing moved, but I knew better. I'd spent too many nights staring at my cabin windows, watching shadows that didn't match the trees outside. The Watchers in the mist, the Quiluta Elder had called them. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small bundle of dried herbs, placing it at the base of the marked tree. A peace offering. The old ways might seem silly to my colleagues, but out here, with the fog acting strange and the animals gone quiet, I wasn't taking chances. The sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. Heavy boots on wet ground, moving with the uncertain rhythm of someone not used to forest trails. Dr. Thompson had arrived. "Ranger Hayes," he called out. I turned to greet him, forcing a professional smile. "Welcome to Olympic National Park, Doctor. Though I have to say, you picked a strange time to go Bigfoot hunting." He adjusted his fogged-up glasses and looked around at the misty forest. 17 days of stationary fog, unprecedented animal migration patterns, and those marks you reported on the trees. His eyes drifted to the 3 gouges I'd been examining. "I don't think we're hunting anything, Ranger Hayes. I think something might be hunting us." As if answering him, a low sound vibrated through the forest. Not quite a growl, not quite a hum. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And, just like that, I knew the next 17 days would make the previous ones look like a pleasant dream. Dr. Thompson wasn't what I expected. Most scientists who came through Olympic were either fresh-faced grad students or weathered old professors who'd spent more time with books than in actual forests. Raymond Thompson was neither. His gear was worn but well-maintained, and he moved with the quiet confidence of someone who'd seen things that textbooks don't prepare you for. "So, you're the ranger with the memory," he said as we hiked deeper into the forest. "They told me you can spot if a single branch has moved between patrols." I nodded, not bothering to hide my pride. It's kept me alive more than once. "And before that, you were a photographer?" My leg gave a phantom twinge at the mention of my former career. National Geographic, Wildlife magazine, you name it. Until 5 years ago. "What happened 5 years ago?" Thompson asked, his voice casual, but his eyes sharp. I stopped walking. We'd reached a clearing where a massive nurse log lay covered in shelf fungi. The fungal growth formed patterns that looked disturbingly like primitive writing. "I was on assignment here," I said, choosing my words carefully. "Documenting elk migration patterns. I set up a remote camera near a watering hole and caught something." "Something?" Thompson raised an eyebrow. I knelt by the nurse log, running my fingers over the fungal patterns. "The official report says I fell from a 30-foot ridge while retrieving my equipment, shattered my right femur, ended my photography career. What the report doesn't mention is what I saw on that camera before I fell." Thompson waited silently as I struggled with how much to share. I saw a figure, not human, not animal, but something in between. 9, maybe 10 feet tall. The park claimed it was lens flare or a bear standing on its hind legs. But I know what bears look like, Dr. Thompson. This was something else. I looked up at him. The next day, my memory card was missing and I was being airlifted to Seattle with a broken leg. "And that's why you became a ranger? To find proof?" "To find answers," I corrected him. "The local tribes have stories about these forests that go back thousands of years. They speak of watchers in the mist, beings that were here long before us and will be here long after. I think whatever I photographed that day has been watching us for a very long time." Thompson nodded slowly, taking it all in. "The university sent me here because of the footprints, but that's not the whole truth either." He pulled out a small notebook from his pocket. "For the past decade, I've been tracking reports of unexplained phenomena across the Olympic Peninsula. Patterns started emerging, sightings increasing every 17 years, always preceded by extended periods of abnormal weather. Like 17 days of unmoving fog," I said. "Exactly. And we're due for a cycle." The distant sound of water dripping created a strange rhythm that felt almost intentional. Drip, 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 drip. "We should set up camp while we still have light," I suggested, trying to ignore the unease spreading through me. "I know a spot near here with good visibility and a freshwater stream." As we gathered our gear, I noticed something odd about the hanging lichen swaying around us. There wasn't any wind, not a breath, yet the pale strands moved like fingers, beckoning us deeper into the woods. Thompson saw it too. "Interesting," he murmured, reaching into his pack for a small device. "Mind if I take some readings?" "Be my guest," I said, hand instinctively drifting toward my hidden revolver. "But make it quick. I don't want to be setting up tents in the dark." Night comes early in the deep forest, and with this fog, darkness would fall like a hammer. As Thompson fiddled with his equipment, I scanned our surroundings, mentally mapping escape routes and defensive positions, old habits from solo expeditions. The readings from Thompson's device made his eyes widen. "Victoria," he said, dropping the formality of my title. "These infrasound levels are off the charts. There's something here communicating at frequencies we can barely detect." I was about to respond when I noticed a perfect circle of animal bones arranged by size on the forest floor ahead of us. They were bleached white as if exposed for years, yet the soft moss beneath showed fresh indentations. "Dr. Thompson," I said quietly, "I think someone's left us a welcome message." He looked up from his device, following my gaze to the bone circle. The color drained from his face. "Not someone," he whispered. "Something." We made camp a quarter-mile from the bone circle, close enough to observe, but far enough to run if needed. As the last light faded, the forest transformed around us. The bioluminescent fungi cast an eerie blue glow, and the mist seemed to thicken, becoming almost solid between the trees. "Incredible," Thompson muttered, setting up specialized recording equipment around our campsite. "This environment is unlike anything in the literature." I busied myself building a small fire. Not for warmth, the flames would give away our position, but because something deep inside told me we needed light tonight. "These should pick up any vocalizations, even those beyond human hearing range," Thompson explained, adjusting dials. "On a black box with multiple microphones. If something's out there trying to communicate, we'll know." "And what if they're not trying to communicate?" I asked, feeding another stick to the flames. "What if they're hunting?" Thompson gave me a long look. "Then we're already in trouble." The night passed slowly. Every sound, water droplets hitting leaves, the crack of distant branches, seemed amplified in the unnatural stillness. Around midnight, Thompson's equipment began to whine. "It's picking something up," he whispered, excitement overriding caution. "Consistent patterns at 16 hertz, too regular to be natural." I joined him by the equipment, listening to the barely audible thrum coming through the speakers. It made my chest vibrate uncomfortably. "Can you make out what it is?" I asked. Thompson shook his head. "Not communication as we understand it, but there's mathematically precise spacing between pulses. 14159 pi, I realized. It's the digits of pi." Thompson's eyes widened. "How would an animal know?" "It wouldn't," I cut him off. Sleep was impossible after that. We took turns watching, our backs to the fire, faces to the darkness. When dawn finally broke, a subtle lightening of the grey mist, rather than actual sunlight, we found footprints surrounding our camp in a perfect circle. Massive impressions in the soft earth, clearly bipedal, at least 18 inches long. "They were watching us all night," I said, kneeling to examine the closest print. Despite the continuous drizzle, the footprints contained no moisture. These should be filling with water. Thompson was documenting each print with his camera, moving methodically around the circle. The stride length suggests individuals between 7 and 9 feet tall. The ball-to-heel ratio is almost human, but the toe structure is different, more splayed, like they're adapted for gripping uneven terrain. I reached out to touch one of the prints, drawn by some impulse I couldn't explain. The moment my fingers made contact with the impression, a jolt ran through my body. Images flooded my mind. Height, trees seen from above, cold curiosity, and a sense of ancient patience that stretched back eons. I yanked my hand back with a gasp. "Victoria, what happened?" Thompson was at my side instantly. I don't know," I stammered, my heart racing. It was like touching a live wire, but instead of electricity, it was memories, not mine. Theirs. Thompson's expression shifted from concern to intense interest. Psychic imprinting. I've documented similar phenomena in the sudden chirp of our satellite phone. Cut him off. I frowned, pulling it from my pack. We weren't due to check in with the ranger station until evening. The screen displayed a calling number. My own cell phone, which was currently powered off in my pocket. "That's impossible," I whispered. Thompson reached for the phone. "Answer it, speaker." With shaking fingers, I accepted the call. For several seconds, there was only the sound of breathing. Deep, rhythmic breathing that didn't sound quite human. Then came a series of bird calls, robin, jay, thrush, each perfectly mimicked but arranged in impossible combinations no actual bird would make. Thompson's recording equipment suddenly activated, its meters spiking into the red. "They're talking to us," he whispered, "or trying to." The call ended abruptly. We stood in silence, the weight of what was happening settling over us like the ever-present mist. "We need to check the remote cameras," I said finally. The research team placed several in this area 3 months ago. They might have captured something. The nearest camera was a mile west, attached to an ancient cedar overlooking a natural clearing. When we reached it, the protective case was intact, but the camera had been repositioned, now aimed at a specific point among the trees rather than the clearing. "It's been moved," I said. "Recently." Thompson carefully removed the memory card and inserted it into his tablet. Thousands of images filled the screen, taken seconds apart, each showing the same motionless forest. We scrolled through them quickly until Thompson suddenly stopped. "There," he pointed at the screen. Framed Darasan 3417 showed a blurred bipedal figure at the forest's edge. Even accounting for distance and poor light, its height was easily 9 feet. The proportions were almost human, long arms, broad shoulders, a distinct head, but the blurred outline suggested a covering of hair or fur. "It wanted to be seen," Thompson said quietly. "One frame out of thousands. That's not accident or coincidence." "Look at the timestamp," I pointed out. 3:17 a.m. "Mean anything to you?" Thompson shook his head, but I could tell he was making mental notes of everything. "We should check the other cameras, establish a pattern if there is one." As we gathered our gear to move on, I noticed something in the trees above the camera. An intricate structure woven from flexible saplings, bent into geometric patterns and secured with what looked like hand-twisted plant fibers. "Dr. Thompson," I called, pointing upward, "is that what I think it is?" He followed my gaze, his expression a mixture of awe and unease. A nest or shelter, but those patterns, the tensile engineering principles required to create that structure, require opposable thumbs, I finished for him, and intelligence. A low rumble of thunder sounded in the distance. The calm, misty morning was giving way to something fiercer. As raindrops began to fall more heavily, I felt that sensation again, of being watched from multiple directions. "We should keep moving," I said. "I don't want to be caught in the open when this storm hits." But deep down, I knew the weather wasn't what we should be worried about. The watchers in the mist were done observing from a distance. The storm hit. With sudden fury, lightning slashed across the darkened sky, turning the mist into strobing curtains of white and grey. We were halfway to the next camera station when the first flash revealed them, multiple silhouettes standing motionless among the trees ranging from 7 to 10 feet tall. "Don't move," I whispered to Thompson, who had frozen beside me, his eyes wide behind rain-spattered glasses. Another lightning strike illuminated the forest. The figures had moved closer, their proportions almost but not quite human. Too tall, arms too long, heads slightly conical in shape. "They're surrounding us," Thompson hissed, his scientific detachment giving way to primal fear. The next flash showed empty forest. They had vanished or hidden themselves with impossible speed. "We need shelter," I said, grabbing Thompson's arm. "There's a rock overhang half a mile east. Used to be a research station." We began moving through the downpour, no longer trying to be quiet. Speed mattered more than stealth now. The trail was turning to mud beneath our boots, making progress difficult and treacherous. A wave of nausea hit me without warning. My head spun, and a feeling of overwhelming dread washed over me. By Thompson's grimace, he felt it too. "Infrasound," he gasped, struggling to stay upright. "They're using it as a weapon." The sensation shifted, the nausea replaced by a bizarre calm. Images pushed into my mind. Towering glaciers creeping across the landscape, the slow rise of mountains, forests growing and dying over centuries. Time as experienced by something that measured its existence in geological epochs rather than human lifespans. "They're in my head," I choked out. "Mine too," Thompson replied, his voice strained. "Some kind of telepathic contact." The mist around us began behaving strangely, thickening in some areas while thinning in others, creating visible corridors and walls that seemed to be herding us away from our intended path. "They're controlling it somehow," Thompson observed, his scientific curiosity briefly overcoming his fear. "The fog isn't natural." A flash of movement caught my eye, something about my height darting between trees. Smaller than the others, we'd glimpsed, moving with deliberate visibility. "There," I pointed. "I think it's a juvenile." As if responding to being noticed, the smaller figure paused, clearly visible despite the rain and mist. It stood upright on two legs, covered in reddish-brown hair, its face a disturbing blend of human and ape-like features. But its eyes were unmistakably intelligent, watching us with undisguised curiosity. Thompson fumbled for his camera. "If I can just get one clear shot." "Don't," I warned, but too late. The flash from his camera cut through the gloom. The juvenile disappeared instantly, and a deep, reverberating growl echoed through the forest. The ground beneath us trembled with its force. "Run!" I shouted, pulling Thompson toward the rocky overhang now visible through the trees. We were 20 yards from safety when something massive moved to block our path. In the dim light, I could make out a towering figure, at least 9 feet tall, its broad shoulders and powerful build silhouetted against the storm. Thompson skidded to a halt beside me, raising his camera once more. "Thompson, no!" I lunged for him, but I was too slow. The flash illuminated the creature fully, a mature male with silver-streaked fur and a face that resembled a primitive human crossed with something far older. Its eyes reflected the light like a nocturnal animal's, and around its neck hung crude but unmistakable ornaments fashioned from polished stone and bone. The camera clicked, capturing the image. For one heartbeat, everything was still. Then the creature moved with impossible speed. Its arm shot out, massive hand closing around Thompson's head. I heard a sickening crunch as the camera fell from his suddenly limp fingers. I scrambled backward, drawing my revolver with shaking hands. The creature ignored me completely, its attention focused on the camera. With surprising delicacy, it pried open the back panel and extracted the memory card, tucking it into a crude pouch at its waist. Only then did its gaze turn to me. A blast of pure mental force hit me like a physical blow. Images of death, decay, and darkness flooded my consciousness. I felt my finger tightening on the trigger, but before I could fire, a second wave of nausea dropped me to my knees. Through blurred vision, I watched as the creature and others now joining it began arranging stones and branches around Thompson's body in precise spiral patterns. Their movements were deliberate, almost ritualistic. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, they vanished into the mist, not running, not hiding, simply gone between one lightning flash and the next. I crawled to Thompson's side, already knowing what I would find. His skull was crushed, eyes fixed and dilated. His research equipment lay scattered around him, but his notebook and camera memory card were conspicuously missing. Cold rain mixed with hot tears on my face as I struggled to process what had happened. These weren't animals. They weren't even the simple missing links that Bigfoot enthusiasts dreamed about. They were something else entirely: intelligent, organized, and clearly capable of technology and abstract thought. As I sat there, the storm gradually subsided, leaving only the persistent mist and the rhythmic drip of water from the trees. In the new silence, I became aware of movement at the forest's edge, smaller figures watching me from a distance. Wiping my eyes, I slowly stood. Fight or flight wouldn't work here. I needed a third option. With deliberate movements, I began, arranging my own pattern of stones near Thompson's body, a simple sequence of increasing numbers. One stone, then two, then three, forming a mathematical progression. Then I backed away and waited. Hours passed. The mist swirled and shifted around me, but I remained motionless, watching my crude message. Just as the faint light began to fade, toward evening, a single figure approached, the juvenile I'd seen earlier. It studied my stone arrangement for several minutes, head tilted in a disturbingly human gesture of consideration. Then, with quick, precise movements, it continued the sequence I'd started, placing stone groups of 5, 8, and 13 in perfect Fibonacci progression. More than that, it added a new element: small sticks arranged in what I recognized as primitive binary code, a simple message: follow. I followed the juvenile through mist so thick I could barely see 3 feet ahead. My training screamed that this was suicide, but instinct told me this was my only chance for answers, and possibly survival. "Where's Thompson's research assistant?" I asked aloud, not expecting a response. "Davis should have been at the second camera station." The juvenile paused, turning to look at me with those unnervingly intelligent eyes. A series of images pushed into my mind. A man running, falling, being carried. Is he alive? I pressed. The juvenile made a gesture I couldn't interpret, then continued forward. After 20 minutes of walking, we reached a massive system of tree roots that had formed a natural archway. The juvenile ducked beneath it, disappearing from view. Taking a deep breath, I followed it into darkness. What lay beyond stunned me. Into silence. An underground hollow, illuminated by bioluminescent fungi, spread out beneath the tangled roots of ancient trees. But it wasn't the natural formation that stopped me cold. It was what they had built within it. Crude structures lined the walls, fashioned from wood, stone, and what appeared to be scavenged human materials spanning decades. I recognized fragments of tents from the 1950s, weather equipment from research expeditions in the 1970s, and modern climbing gear. All had been repurposed into tools and simple machines. In the center of the hollow, a massive Bigfoot with silver-streaked fur sat motionless, the alpha male that had killed Thompson. Around its neck hung crude but unmistakable ornaments, polished stones, carved bones, and what looked like tarnished human jewelry arranged in patterns that suggested mathematics rather than decoration. Near its feet lay Davis, Thompson's research assistant, alive but unmoving, his eyes open and vacant, the alpha's gaze locked with mine. Unlike the gentle mental contact from the juvenile, this was an assault, a battering ram of pure psychic force that drove me to my knees. Memories exploded behind my eyes, my most painful failures, darkest fears, and the terror of my fall 5. Years ago, played on repeat, I bit my tongue until I tasted blood, using the pain to focus. "Stop!" I gasped. Surprisingly, the assault ceased. The Alpha tilted its head, studying me with cold calculation. Davis suddenly spoke, his voice flat and mechanical. October 17th, 1990. Saw something watching from the ridge today. Not animal, too tall. Camera might have caught it. We'll check footage tomorrow. He paused, then continued. My own private journal entry from 5 years ago. How do you have this? The realization hit me like ice water. They were speaking through Davis, using words from my personal journals. They've been watching me for years, learning about me, about humans. What are you? I whispered. The Alpha stood, towering in the confined space. Another mental push, but controlled this time. Images of ice retreating, forests growing, early humans arriving. Then something else, a spinning light descending from the sky, burying itself deep beneath the Olympic Mountains thousands of years. Ego, you've been here since before us, I said slowly, piecing it together. But you're not from here originally. Davis spoke again, his voice still emotionless. Not Bigfoot, not legend. Evolution accelerated by something beneath. A direct quote from my theoretical writings about Olympic National Park's anomalies. A distant rumble shook dirt from the ceiling. The smell of smoke reached my nostrils. Fire, I realized. The lightning must have started a forest fire. The colony burst into action, adult Bigfoot gathering juveniles and moving toward tunnel openings I hadn't noticed before. The Alpha remained, its gaze still locked on mine. I can help, I said, rising shakily to my feet. I know these forests. I know safe routes out. As if in answer, the Alpha pushed another series of images into my mind. Rangers, researchers, hunters encroaching on their territory over decades. The colony's careful manipulation of human activity through strategic sightings and false trails, designed to keep their hollow safe and hidden. The smoke was getting thicker. We needed to move. I understand, I said. You've been protecting your home, but right now we all need to get out of here. The Alpha studied me for another long moment, then made a series of gestures to the remaining adults. Two moved to lift Davis, while others gathered what appeared to be important artifacts from around the hollow. Outside, the forest was transforming into hell. The fire had spread with unnatural speed, fed by drought-stressed trees and driven by shifting winds. Through the smoke I could see adult Bigfoot creating fire breaks with coordinated efficiency, using fallen logs and their own tremendous strength to clear paths. "This way," I called, pointing toward a rocky ridge where the sparse vegetation would slow the fire. "The creek beyond will stop it completely." The juveniles stayed close to me as we moved through the burning forest, occasionally touching my arm to direct me around dangers hidden in the smoke. We had nearly reached the ridge when a massive burning branch crashed down, catching my leg, the same leg with the titanium rod. I screamed as fire seared through my pants into flesh. The juvenile howled, an eerily human sound of distress. Through waves of pain, I saw the Alpha approach, kneeling beside me. From a pouch at its waist, it produced a handful of crushed leaves mixed with dark mud. Without hesitation, it packed the mixture around my burning flesh. The pain receded almost instantly, replaced by blessed numbness. Whatever they'd applied contained powerful natural analgesics and what felt like clotting agents. "Thank you," I gasped. The sound of human voices carried through the smoke, my rescue team responding to the fire. The Alpha's head snapped up, eyes narrowing. I could feel its intention to eliminate these new threats. "No," I said firmly, grabbing its massive wrist. "They're just trying to help me like you did. They don't know about you." I could see the calculation in its ancient eyes, weighing options, assessing threats. I can help you, I said urgently. I can keep people away from your territories. Direct research teams to other areas, but only if you let my people live. For a long moment, the Alpha was motionless. Then it placed a massive hand on my forehead. Instead of an assault, this mental contact felt like negotiation. Images of boundaries, safe zones, and mutual avoidance flowed between us. Then it stepped back, gathering its colony with gestures and that subsonic communication I could feel, vibrating in my chest. Within seconds, they had vanished into the smoke and mist, taking Davis with them. Minutes later, my rescue team found me alone on the ridge, my leg bandaged with strange materials, surrounded by perfectly formed fire breaks that had no business existing. Hayes! What happened? Where's Thompson and Davis? Martinez knelt beside me, checking my injuries. Caught in the fire, I lied, pushing away the guilt. I couldn't reach them. As they loaded me onto a stretcher, I looked back at the misty forest beyond the flames. For a brief moment, the fog parted, revealing multiple silhouettes watching from the tree line. A final image pushed gently into my mind. A crude map of Olympic National Park, with certain areas marked as forbidden, others as shared, and a single spot near the center designated as meeting. Then the mist closed again, hiding the watchers from view. That was 3 years ago. The official report lists Dr. Raymond Thompson as killed in a forest fire. His research assistant, the screams always sound human at first. That's what they don't tell you about Mount Washington. Sure, they warn about the killer weather, the winds that can flip cars and how people freeze to death in July, but nobody mentions the screams. My name is Frank Dawson. I've been a park ranger here for 27 years, and I'm about to tell you why they call this America's deadliest small mountain. Not because of the weather, though that's the official story, but because of what hunts in the shadows. 3 days ago, 3 college kids went missing, smart ones too, geology students studying weird earthquake patterns under the mountain. The kind of kids who triple-check their gear and follow safety protocols, not the kind who just wander off. Today, I'm leading the search party to find them, but as I zip up my jacket against the biting wind, something in my gut tells me this isn't a normal rescue mission. The forest around me is on fire with fall colors, blood-red maples and orange beeches that look like flames frozen in time. Beautiful, if you don't know what I know, if you don't see how wrong things are. Weather report looks clear, Frank, my teammate Jeff calls out, checking his phone. I nod, but I don't believe it. Not with those clouds I'm seeing. They're swirling around the peak like they're alive, pulsing like the mountain itself is breathing. In 27 years, I've learned to trust those clouds more than any forecast. We'll still pack emergency gear, I tell the team. 5 of us total. Me, Jeff, our wildlife expert Lisa, the dog handler Tom with his German Shepherd Rex, and Dr. Chen, who insisted on coming because the missing students were hers. As we start up the trail, I notice how empty it is. Mid-October should mean crowds of leaf peepers blocking every scenic view. Instead, there's nobody. The animals know something too. I've been watching them move steadily away from the northeast face of the mountain for weeks now. The wind picks up, howling through the trees with a sound that's almost like words. I've caught myself answering it sometimes, especially when I'm alone on patrol. My ex-wife, my 3rd ex-wife now, since yesterday's divorce papers, said that was the final straw. Hearing me whisper back to the mountain at night. Did you say something, Frank? Lisa asks, glancing back at me. I shake my head and adjust the pistol hidden under my jacket. Rangers aren't supposed to carry firearms, but after what I found last season, those massive tracks that match no known animal, my old combat instincts won't let me leave it behind. We pass a stand of ancient birch trees, their white bark scarred with 3 parallel grooves about 8 feet up. Fresh cuts, but the trees are ancient. Nothing natural makes marks like that. Frank, look at this, Lisa calls, pointing to the scars. Some kind of bear? No bear reaches that high, I say, and bears don't use rulers. She looks confused, so I point out how perfectly even the spacing is between each set of marks. How they're exactly the same height on every tree. Maybe it's some kind of territory marking, she suggests. Maybe. But what kind of animal marks territory in straight lines? The dog, Rex, starts getting skittish as we climb higher. Smart animal. He keeps looking into the fog banks that shouldn't be there. Perfect columns of mist standing dead still, despite the famous Mount Washington winds that can hit over 200 miles per hour. I check my watch, an old habit from my military days, and notice it's been exactly 17 minutes since I last checked it. Right on cue, my ears pop as the air pressure drops dramatically for a split second before returning to normal. Dr. Chen notices too. What was that? Pressure fluctuation, I tell her. Happens every 17 minutes up here lately. That's not normal, she says. No, I agree, it's not. None of this is normal. Not the unnatural fog or the missing hikers in peak season or the way the tree line stops in a perfect straight edge on the northeast face. Not the map in my backpack where I've marked every spot someone's disappeared. Too many spots, too many people, and definitely not the cave we're heading to, the one that appeared last month on a mountainside I've known for over half my life. Grip my hiking pole tighter, the metal finger on my right hand tapping against it. Lost the real one to frostbite in '69, during the worst rescue I ever led. Until today, maybe. The wind whispers again from the direction of the new cave, and this time I'm sure I hear my name in it. War teaches you to read landscapes. Vietnam taught me how to spot things that don't belong. Tiny details that scream danger to those who know what to look for. After 3 tours with long-range recon, I thought I'd seen the worst things people could do to each other. Then I came to Mount Washington and learned the mountain has better tricks. Frank, you're doing it again, Jeff says, snapping me back to the present. Doing what? That 1,000-yard stare. We're almost at the student's last known coordinates. I nod and keep climbing. My artificial finger clinks against my walking pole, a rhythm that helps me think. The team calls me the barometer because I can sense weather shifts before they happen. It's not magic, just decades of watching this mountain breathe. Dr. Chen falls into step beside me. She's tense, worried about her students. You'll find them, right? You always find people. I don't tell her about the red X's on my private map, the ones where we never found bodies despite weeks of searching. Or the ones where we did find bodies, but with wounds no animal should be able to make. We'll do our best, I say instead. Lisa catches up to us, her face flushed from the climb. Frank, what's the story with this new cave? You've been here forever. How'd you miss it before? I didn't miss it, I say flatly. It wasn't there. They all exchange looks. I know how it sounds. Geographical features don't just appear, Dr. Chen says carefully. On this mountain they do. No one argues with me. They've all heard the stories about Mount Washington, even if they pretend they're just campfire tales. The locals call it mountain madness, when people start acting strange up here, like that hiker who gave me the scar running from my jaw to my temple when he came at me with an ice axe, screaming about the hunters watching him. We reach the coordinates where the students set up their base camp for studying the weird earthquake patterns. I've felt them myself, rhythmic tremors that come and go like giant footsteps or heartbeats. The dog Rex suddenly freezes, hackles raised. He growls at something in the fog ahead. What is it, boy? Tom asks, but I already know. We've reached the cave. The opening is about 8 feet tall, a perfect arch in the granite that looks carved rather than natural. No debris around it, no signs of recent rockfall or erosion that might explain its sudden appearance. That's odd, Dr. Chen says, approaching it with scientific curiosity rather than the fear she should be feeling. I put out my arm to stop. Her. We go in together. No one wanders off. Tom tries to coax Rex forward, but the dog plants his feet, refusing to move closer to the cave entrance. He's never done this before, Tom says, confusion in his voice. Smart dog, I mutter. I pull out my flashlight and lead the way, the beam cutting through darkness that seems thicker than it should be. The air gets warmer as we enter, not colder like you'd expect in a mountain cave in October. The cave tunnel runs straight at first, then starts to branch. I notice scratch marks on the walls, 3 parallel lines, perfectly spaced, just like on the birch trees outside. The students' gear should be about 100 feet in, Dr. Chen says, checking her GPS. They were setting up equipment to measure the seismic activity. We find their camp intact. 3 tents, cooking equipment, laptops, still running on battery power, but no students. Jeff checks one of the laptop screens. Frank, take a look at this. The screen shows seismic readings, regular pulses that form a pattern. I've seen patterns like this before, on medical equipment. These look like heartbeats, Dr. Chen says, her voice dropping to a whisper. But massive. When did they stop transmitting data? I ask. They didn't, she answers. These readings are coming in live. Something moves in the darkness beyond our flashlight beams. Something big. Maybe we should continue the search in daylight, Lisa suggests, her eyes darting to the cave entrance. Behind us, the wind picks up, whistling through the cave tunnels, and this time I'm certain it forms words. Too late for that. Only I'm not sure anyone else hears it. The students' camp feels wrong in ways hard to explain. Everything's too neat, too organized. People running from danger leave chaos behind. This looks like they just stepped away. Spread out, I tell. The team. Check the equipment, look for notes, anything that tells us where they went. Stay within earshot. As they move around the camp, I examine one of the research devices. It's taking seismic readings, but also temperature measurements. According to the display, this part of the cave is exactly 98.6 degrees, human body temperature. I find a notebook belonging to one of the students, Aiden, according to the name inside. The early entries are methodical, scientific. The later ones get strange. Day 4. The tremors follow a pattern, not random. I swear they respond when we talk about them. Day 5. Something watches us from the shadows. Jason thinks I'm crazy, but Marissa feels it too. The final entry sends ice through my veins. They are magnificent hunters. What an honor to be worthy prey. The handwriting changes subtly throughout, becoming more angular, less human. Frank, Lisa calls from deeper in the cave. You need to see this. I follow her voice to a small chamber where the temperature drops dramatically. Hanging from the ceiling are perfect spheres of ice, each about the size of a basketball. Inside each one is what looks like a giant insect, frozen in impossible poses. What are they? Lisa whispers, her breath clouding in the suddenly frigid air. I reach out with my prosthetic finger and tap one sphere. It rings like crystal. I don't know, I admit. I've never seen anything like them. A crackling noise comes from Jeff's radio. We all freeze as a voice breaks through the static. Magnificent hunters. Glory of prey. It sounds like one. Of the missing students, but flat, emotionless. This is Ranger Dawson, I respond. Can you hear me? What's your location? More static then. Join us, Ranger. They've waited so long for someone like you. The radio dies. Jeff checks it. Battery's dead, he says. But that's impossible. I charged it this morning. As if responding to the voice, the seismic equipment starts going crazy, recording massive tremors that none of us can feel. Tom calls from the entrance, panic in his voice. Rex is gone. We rush back to find Tom alone, the dog's leash torn. He just went crazy, Tom explains, shaking. Started whimpering, then his nose began bleeding. He broke free and ran down the mountain. As he speaks, I notice something on the cave floor that turns my blood to ice. a perfect boot print, but twice the size of any human foot. And beside it, a strange three-toed print that reminds me of the tracks I found last season. Dr. Chen follows my gaze. Is that... Before I can answer, one of her laptops emits a high-pitched tone. On screen, a video file has opened by itself. It's footage from one of the students' cameras. We crowd around to watch. It shows normal research activities, the three students joking as they set up equipment. Then the camera catches something. At the edge of the frame, a tall, thin figure moving with impossible speed. When the footage is paused, the figure is just a blur, but there's something wrong about its proportions. Too tall, limbs too long. That could be anything, Jeff says. But his voice wavers. Play it again, I tell Dr. Chen. This time we all see it, multiple figures moving in the background, and one frame where a face seems to turn toward the camera. A face that's almost dog-like, but wrong in ways that hurt to look at. A sudden noise echoes through the cave, a low, rumbling growl that seems to come from everywhere at once. We need to find those kids and get out of here, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. We prepare to explore deeper into the cave system. As I check my hidden pistol, making sure it's loaded, Lisa appears at my side. Frank, she whispers, what aren't you telling us about this mountain? I look at her, wondering how much to say, how much she'd believe. There are things in these mountains, I finally tell her. Things that were here long before us. The locals have stories going back generations about hunters that take people. I always thought they were just stories. Until I started keeping track of everyone who disappeared. Too many people, Lisa, and always in the same areas. Before she can respond, Tom calls out, "Someone's coming!" We all turn toward a tunnel leading deeper into the mountain. Flashlight beams illuminate a figure stumbling toward us. It's one of the missing students, but something's very wrong with how he's moving. The student, Jason, according to his ID, collapses as soon as he reaches us. He's physically unharmed, no visible injuries, but his eyes are wrong. They don't focus on anything, and he keeps whispering about the glory of being chosen. Dr. Chen tries to help him, but he flinches away from her touch. "Jason," she says gently, "where are the others? Where are Aiden and Marissa?" Jason's eyes suddenly lock onto mine with terrifying clarity. "The old hunter wants to meet you, Ranger," he says in a voice that doesn't sound entirely his own. "He's been watching you for years." A chill runs down my spine. "Who's been watching me?" Jason smiles, revealing teeth that look like they've been filed to points, the alpha. He says, "You're worthy." Before I can question him further, all our flashlights flicker simultaneously. When they stabilize, Jason is staring over my shoulder, his face a mask of terror and worse, adoration. I turn slowly. At first, it looks like someone spilled oil in the air, a moving shadow that doesn't match anything around it. Then, the shadow solidifies into a form that my mind struggles to accept. It stands nearly 8 feet tall on 2 legs, but its proportions are all wrong. The limbs are too long, joints bending in extra places. It has the general shape of a wolf or large dog, but stretched and twisted into something that can stand upright. Its fur doesn't reflect light. It seems to swallow it, creating a void in the shape of a nightmare. No one moves, no one breathes. Then it makes a sound, a low rumbling that bypasses my ears and vibrates directly in my chest cavity. My muscles lock up, not from fear, but from something the sound is doing to my nervous system. Jeff is the first to break, turning to run. The creature, the dogman, moves with impossible speed, suddenly between Jeff and the exit. Not running, just there like it folded space. When it opens its mouth, the lower jaw splits vertically, revealing rows of teeth that spiral down its throat. "Run!" I shout, finally breaking free of the paralysis. I draw my hidden pistol and fire 3 shots directly into the creature. The bullets pass through it, leaving brief holes that emit black mist rather than blood. The holes close almost immediately. The creature cocks its head, studying me with eyes that glow faintly red in our flashlight beams. Two more shapes detach from the darkness behind it, smaller but just as wrong. The tunnel to the right, I yell to the others. Go! As we run, more of them appear from side passages. 5, then 7. They don't all chase us directly. Some lope alongside in parallel tunnels, visible through cracks in the rock. They're herding us. Lisa screams as one reaches through a narrow gap and leaves 3 parallel cuts across her arm. The same pattern as the trees outside. The tunnel opens into a large chamber with multiple exits. In the center is a horrific sight. A pile of what look like organs, carefully arranged. Most are small glandular tissues that I recognize from my war days. Adrenal glands, pineal glands. They're farming us, I whisper in horror. The creatures close in, moving more slowly now that we're cornered. The largest one, easily 9 feet tall, approaches me directly. Black mist swirls around its form as it begins to change, its snout shortening slightly, its posture becoming more humanoid. It makes hand gestures that remind me of military signals, and the others fan out in response, blocking all exits. I raise my gun again, even knowing it's useless. The creature reaches out with one elongated limb and delicately pushes the barrel aside. Then it speaks, not with a voice, but directly into my mind. Images and concepts that form words. Long have we watched you, Frank Dawson. You who mark our kills on your maps. You who whisper to our wins. I stagger backward. What are you? Older than your kind. Hunters when your ancestors were prey. It gestures toward Jason, who has followed us and now kneels before the creature in worship. Some understand their place in the natural order. Tom suddenly makes a break for one of the tunnels. A smaller dogman intercepts him, moving so fast. It's just a blur. There's a wet sound, and Tom drops. The creature's claws leave the same 3-line pattern on his chest that we saw on the trees. Dr. Chen screams. Lisa is frozen in shock. Jeff is frantically trying to get his radio working. I notice something in that moment. When the creature attacking Tom passed through the beam of my flashlight, it flinched slightly. And earlier, my metal prosthetic finger seemed to disturb. Then when I pointed it at one, they don't like artificial light or processed metal, I say quietly to Lisa. Get ready to run when I say. The Alpha approaches closer, its mind voice growing stronger. You are different, Frank Dawson. You hear the mountain. You could serve a greater purpose. As it speaks, I subtly reach into my pack, fingers closing, around an emergency flare. What happened to the other students? I demand, playing for time. The creature's mouth forms something like a smile. They serve us now, as you could, as you will. I don't think so, I say, and strike the flare. The magnesium flare erupts with blinding white light. The dogmen recoil, black mist swirling around them as they shield their eyes. Their bodies seem to partially dissolve where the light hits directly. Now! I shout. The left tunnel! Lisa and Dr. Chen run for it. Jeff is still trying to help Tom, who's bleeding badly. Leave him! I yell, knowing how cruel it sounds. He's gone! The Alpha recovers first, lunging at me with impossible speed. I dodge, decades of combat training taking over. The flare catches its arm, and the creature howls, a sound like metal tearing. I back toward the tunnel where Lisa and Dr. Chen fled, keeping the flare between me and the dogmen. Jeff, come on! He finally abandons Tom's body and runs toward me. We make it to the tunnel just as my flare begins to sputter. The tunnel slopes upward. We're heading toward the surface. Behind us, I hear the pack regrouping, their strange rumbling. Communication echoing off the stone walls. What are those things? Jeff gasps as we run. I don't know, I admit, but they've been here a long time. We catch up to Lisa and Dr. Chen near a junction in the tunnels. Daylight filters weakly from one passage, the way out. We're almost there, Lisa says, hope in her voice. That's when the mountain itself seems to turn against us. A violent tremor shakes the cave, bringing down rocks from the ceiling. The tremors match the rhythm we saw on the seismic equipment, massive heartbeats, now speeding up. They're controlling the mountain somehow, Dr. Chen realizes. The passage to the surface partially collapses, leaving only a narrow gap. Outside, the weather has turned vicious. A blizzard in what was clear autumn weather just hours ago. They're controlling the weather too, I say, remembering all the strange patterns I've observed over the years, keeping people trapped. We hear the dogmen approaching from behind. I pull out another flare. You three go through, I tell them. Get to the ranger station, call for help. What about you? Lisa asks. I check my pack, 2 more flares, some climbing gear, and the emergency oxygen tank we brought for high altitude. Rescues. An idea forms. I'll hold them off. That's suicide, Frank, Jeff protests. Just go, I snap. And listen, if you make it down, check my locker. There's a map, documentation. I'm not the first to see these things. They're at other parks. 2. Lisa looks like she wants to argue more, but another tremor decides for her. The passage shrinks further. Go now or none of us make it. They squeeze through the gap one by one. I hear the howling wind outside as they disappear into the blizzard. I turn to face the tunnel where glowing red eyes are already appearing. The dogmen approach more cautiously now, wary of my flare. The Alpha speaks into my mind again. They won't survive the storm. Maybe not, I admit. But humans are stubborn. If even one gets out, tells the story, stories become myths. Myths are not believed. The creature sounds almost amused. We have culled your kind for millennia, selected the worthy to serve, harvested the rest. It gestures around the cave. This mountain is just one of our territories. We have many. As it speaks, I'm working, with my back to the wall, quietly preparing what I hope will be enough. Why show yourselves now, I ask? Why not stay hidden? The Alpha approaches closer, its form shifting subtly, becoming even more humanoid. Evolution, Frank Dawson. Adaptation. Some of us walk among you already. The implications hit me like a physical blow. You're planning something bigger. The natural order, it projects. Predator, prey. I reveal what I've been preparing. The oxygen tank with my climbing pitons wrapped around it. My last flare taped to the regulator. Natural order is overrated, I say, and strike the flare. The Alpha lunges, but it's too late. The tank explodes with devastating force in the confined space. The cave entrance collapses entirely. The last thing I see before the blast wave hits me is the Alpha dogman dissolving into black mist. I wake in darkness, buried under rubble, amazed to be alive. My flashlight is crushed, but there's a faint glow coming from deeper in the cave. System, I'm pinned by rocks, my left leg definitely broken. Blood trickles from a gash in my forehead. The Alpha's voice comes to me, weaker now. You've sealed yourself in with us, Frank Dawson. Worth it, I croak. If they get away, your friends. Perhaps one will survive. It matters little. I hear movement in the darkness, the scrape of claws on stone. You could have joined us, the voice continues. Now you'll serve a different purpose. I feel the mountain trembling again, the heartbeat rhythm slowing. What purpose? I ask, though I think I already know. Sustenance. The pack must heal. As my eyes adjust to the gloom, I see them gathering, not just 3 or 4, but dozens of dogmen emerging from tunnels I never knew existed. Some look ancient, their forms withered. Others appear almost newborn, their features not yet fully formed. I realize with horror what's happening. The explosion wounded them, but I've inadvertently provided them with exactly what they need to recover. Me. I struggle against the rocks pinning me down, but it's useless. The Alpha approaches. Its form shifting again, black mist swirling. Your kind always fights the natural order, it says almost sadly. Yet you, Frank Dawson, heard our mountain speaking. You could have been more. Its jaw begins to unhinge as it leans toward me. With my last act of defiance, I pull the emergency locator beacon from my pocket. The one piece of equipment I kept hidden. I activate it, knowing it probably won't penetrate the mountain, but hoping. We'll never stop fighting, I tell it. That's our natural order. As darkness closes in, I hear what sounds like helicopter rotors in the distance. Probably just wishful thinking, or maybe, just maybe, someone will find my map, connect the dots, recognize the pattern across different national parks. The dogmen are real. They're hunting us, and they have bigger plans. As the Alpha's jaws close, around me, my last thought is of the mountain winds and how they've whispered to me all these years. They were warnings, and now, finally, I understand. I never believed in monsters until I became one's prey. My name is Michael Running Wolf, park ranger at Mesa Verde National Park, and what I'm about to tell you happened in the summer of 1967. I've kept it secret for too long. Maybe writing it down will finally free me from the nightmares. It started on a Tuesday. I remember because Tuesdays were always quiet at the park. Few visitors, just the ancient cliff dwellings and me. That morning felt wrong from the moment I opened my eyes. The air in my cabin tasted like old pennies, and the silence outside was complete. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just another day, I told myself, adjusting my ranger hat in the mirror. The burn scar on my right palm caught my eye, a reminder of childhood stupidity when I touched a ceremonial bowl my grandmother had warned me about. "Fire rejected you," she'd said while bandaging my hand. "The old ones know you don't believe." I pushed the memory away like I always did. I was a man of science now, not superstition. My Navajo and Ute ancestors might have filled these canyons with spirits and monsters, but I knew better. I had degrees in archaeology hanging on my wall to prove it. Still, I couldn't help touching the small medicine pouch hidden under my uniform, a gift from my grandmother that I kept just in case. Some habits die hard. The morning sun hit the ancient cliff dwellings as I started my patrol, casting long shadows that looked like fingers reaching across the canyon floor. From the mesa edge, you could see dozens of these homes carved into the sandstone cliffs, built by the ancestral Puebloans over 700 years ago. People called them cliff dwellers, but my people had other names for them. Something caught my eye near the largest dwelling. Perfect circles of dew on certain rocks, like tiny mirrors. When I looked at them from the corner of my eye, they seemed to reflect something moving behind me. I spun around, nothing there. "Get it together, Michael," I muttered. But the strange signs kept coming. The temperature changed dramatically between sunny spots and shaded areas, not the usual desert. Variation, but a good 30 degrees difference within steps of each other. Ancient handprints in the clay walls looked fresher today, deeper somehow. And everywhere I walked, ravens gathered on the rocks above, following me in perfect formation, their heads turning in sync to watch me pass. My radio crackled, making me jump. "Stay away from the forbidden Kiva, Johnson. 2 more visitors missing near..." Static cut off the rest. I frowned. The voice sounded like old Ranger Peterson, but he'd retired in 1945, and we had no restricted Kivas on the official maps. I was about to report the radio malfunction when I spotted them. Tourists, by the looks of their expensive camera gear, wandering off the main path toward a restricted excavation area. "Excuse me," I called out, jogging their way. "That area is closed to visitors." A tall, serious-looking woman with short black hair turned around. "Actually, Ranger Running Wolf, we have permission." She held up an official letter from the park. "Service. I'm Helen Marsh, director for the Southwest Mysteries documentary. Your superintendent said you'd be expecting us." I wasn't expecting anyone, but the paperwork looked legitimate. There were 5 of them. Helen, her cameraman Dave, a sound guy named Paul, a young woman introduced as their researcher, Sarah, and a heavy-set native man named Thomas. who wore turquoise jewelry and was introduced as their cultural consultant. Thomas gave me a funny look, his eyes dropping to where my medicine pouch lay hidden under my uniform. Then he looked away quickly. "We're doing a segment on the disappearances in the 1940s, Helen continued. 3 separate hiking groups vanished without a trace in this section of the park. The official story was hiking accidents, but no bodies were ever found." "I know the cases," I said. "They were park legend, though I usually dismiss them as people getting lost in the canyons." "But why come now?" "New evidence," she said, but wouldn't elaborate. "We were told you're the expert on these ruins and their history. We need you to take us to the unexcavated section behind Cliff Palace." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. That area is unstable, plus there's nothing to see, just empty rooms. "Our research suggests otherwise," Helen said, pulling out old photographs. "These were taken in 1943, just before the first disappearance. See this doorway? It doesn't appear on any official map." She was right. The photo showed an opening I'd never seen before, though I'd been in that section dozens of times. My head started to hurt as I counted the rooms in the photo, one more than should exist. "We'll pay you, of course," Helen added, misreading my hesitation as a negotiation tactic. I should have said no. I should have made up some regulation, sent them away. But my scientific curiosity won out over the strange feeling in my gut. "Fine. We'll start early tomorrow. That section gets dangerous after sunset." I didn't tell them I never visited certain ruins at dusk. I didn't mention how I always counted my steps when passing specific petroglyphs. And I definitely didn't tell them about my dreams, the ones where I could see lost hikers, their exact locations revealed to me while I slept. The dreams that had helped me find missing people over the years, an ability I'd explained away as good tracking skills. As I walked back to my cabin that evening, the ravens still watching, I realized my hand was clutching the medicine pouch through my shirt. For the first time in years, I considered calling my grandmother. Behind me, the sun set over Mesa Verde, painting the ancient dwellings blood red. And somewhere in the growing darkness, something ancient was waking up. I barely slept that night. Dreams of shadowy figures moving inside sealed cliff rooms kept waking me up. Each time, I'd jolt awake to the taste of copper in my mouth. At dawn, I found the documentary crew already at the trailhead. They looked tired too, except for Helen, who seemed unusually energetic. "I had the most vivid dreams," she said as we hiked toward Cliff Palace. Words kept repeating in my head. I wrote them down. She showed me her notebook, covered in scribbled phrases. My blood went cold. The words were in an ancient Puebloan dialect, one few modern people could speak, certainly not a documentary director from New York. "Where did you learn this?" I asked carefully. "Learn what? I just woke up with these in my head." She looked confused. "Can you read it?" I could, though I shouldn't have been able to. The word said, "Follow the hungry ones, they wait for meat puppets." "It's nonsense," I lied, closing her notebook. "Random symbols." Thomas gave me a knowing look, but said nothing. The man barely spoke, but his eyes missed nothing. The morning got stranger from there. The film crew's equipment kept malfunctioning. Near certain ruins, batteries would drain instantly, then recharge minutes later. The sound guy, Paul, complained about voices in his headphones when nobody was speaking. "Listen to this," he said, playing back a recording of silence from earlier. Clear as day, voices whispered in an ancient language, counting down and repeating, "The hungry ones return." "Probably radio interference," I said, though my mouth had gone dry. By midday, we reached the unexcavated section Helen wanted to see. The area had been closed for decades, supposedly for structural reasons, though rumors suggested otherwise. "This doesn't make sense," I said as we approached the rock face. "The doorway in your photo should be right here, but there's just solid wall." Dave, the cameraman, filmed the blank wall while I examined it. The stone was seamless. No sign a doorway had ever existed. Maybe we're in the wrong spot, Sarah suggested. I shook my head. I know every inch of this place. This is exactly where something about the rock caught my eye. Tiny circles of moisture, just like the dew circles I'd seen the day before, formed a perfect doorway shape on the seemingly solid wall. On impulse, I pressed my scarred palm against the center of the pattern. The wall rippled like water. Everyone gasped as an opening appeared, a perfectly preserved doorway leading into darkness. Cold air rushed out, carrying that same metallic smell. "How did you do that?" Helen demanded, eyes wide with excitement. "I didn't," I whispered, staring at my palm. The scar was throbbing, glowing faintly in the shadow of the doorway. Thomas stepped forward, grabbing my arm. "We should not be here," he said quietly, his first words all day. "This place was sealed for a reason. The elders speak of hungry spirits trapped in these walls." "That's exactly the kind of local color we need for the documentary," Helen said, already directing Dave to set up lights at the entrance. "Think of the ratings." Against my better judgment, I followed them inside. The air grew colder with each step, the metallic smell stronger. My flashlight revealed a small kiva, a ceremonial chamber, unlike any I'd seen before. The walls were covered with handprints and images of elongated human figures with too many joints in their limbs. In the center sat a pile of ancient corn kernels, undisturbed for centuries. As our lights hit them, something impossible happened. They began to sprout, tiny green shoots emerging from the dried husks before our eyes. Within minutes, they'd grown inches tall, developing blood-red husks instead of green ones. "Are you getting this?" Helen whispered to Dave, who nodded, camera rolling. Paul had gone very pale. "Guys, listen," he said, holding up his boom mic. The headphones were emitting a rhythmic tapping sound, like stone on stone. Then I noticed it. Small artifacts placed around the room's edge. A clay pot, a woven basket. Ceremonial items I recognized because I'd catalogued them myself when they were excavated and sent to museums decades ago. "These shouldn't be here," I said, picking up the pot with shaking hands. "This was sent to the National Museum in Washington in 1952. I've seen the documentation." "Maybe they're replicas," Sarah suggested. I shook my head. "This is the original. See this crack? The specific pattern of repair. It's identical." Thomas back toward the door. "The old stories tell of objects returning to sacred sites when spirits awaken. We need to leave. Now." Helen ignored him, directing Dave to film the growing corn plants. "This is incredible footage. We need samples." As Dave approached the corn with a sample bag, his camera suddenly jerked in his hands. "What the hell?" he muttered, checking the viewfinder. "There's something wrong with the playback." He rewound the footage and played it at triple speed. We crowded around the small screen. In the accelerated footage, shadowy figures moved around the kiva, visible only for split seconds between normal frames. They seemed to be performing some kind of ritual around the corn. "Equipment malfunction," Helen said, but she didn't sound convinced. I'd had enough. "We're leaving now." I started herding them toward the entrance. That's when Sarah screamed. She was staring at Thomas, whose shirt had ridden up to reveal his back. Fresh cuts had appeared on his skin, forming precise symbols that matched the petroglyphs on the kiva. Walls, symbols I recognized as representing ritual sacrifice. "I didn't feel anything," Thomas said, touching the wounds in shock. Even as we watched, they began to heal at an impossible rate. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the canyon. Walls deep red, as if on cue. Blood began trickling from Helen's nose, then Paul's, then Dave's. Their blood dripped onto the sandstone, forming patterns that looked disturbingly like star maps. "Back to the ranger station," I ordered. "Nobody argue." We hurried along the trail as darkness fell, my flashlight beam jumping at every shadow. I kept counting my steps obsessively, an old habit I couldn't explain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, I whispered under my breath. What are you counting? Helen asked, walking beside me. I hadn't realized I was counting out loud. Nothing, old habit. Is it really? Or is it protection? She spoke in a voice that suddenly sounded nothing like Helen's. Your grandmother taught you that counting confuses the skinwalkers. But she was wrong. I stopped dead in my tracks, shining my light in her face. What did you say? How do you know about my grandmother? Helen looked confused. I didn't say anything about your grandmother. Are you feeling okay, Michael? Before I could answer, a howl echoed through the canyon. Not quite coyote, not quite human. Everyone froze. What was that? Sarah whispered. Just a coyote, I said automatically, though I knew it wasn't. Then I saw it. A coyote standing on the trail ahead, its eyes reflecting my flashlight beam. But something was wrong with those eyes. They looked too human, too aware. As we watched, it trotted away into the brush. Cool, Dave said, raising his camera. I'm going to get some wildlife footage. Before I could stop him, he jogged ahead, following the animal's path. Dave, wait, I called, but he was already disappearing around. A bend in the trail. We never saw Dave again, at least not as himself. But his camera returned to us later that night, left outside my cabin door while we waited for search and rescue to arrive. The footage it contained showed Dave following the coyote deep into a narrow canyon. In the final frames, the coyote turned to face the camera. Its mouth opened impossibly wide, and then the image swung wildly as Dave apparently dropped the camera. The last shot showed Dave's own face, contorted in agony as his features began to reshape themselves, bones cracking audibly as they rearranged. His last scream turned into a coyote's howl. That was when I finally accepted what my grandmother had tried to teach me all those years ago. The ancient evil she'd warned about was real, and it had been waiting for me. By morning, the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Search and rescue teams found no sign of Dave, despite my leading them directly to where the footage showed him disappearing. Instead, they discovered a series of partially consumed animal carcasses, each missing specific organs, eyes, tongue, pineal gland, removed with surgical precision. Animal attacks, the lead searcher concluded, though his voice lacked conviction. I knew better. The skinwalker had made its first move. Back at the ranger station, paranoia set in quickly. Helen reviewed Dave's final footage obsessively, frame by frame. Paul kept his sound equipment running constantly, jumping at every noise. Sarah researched skinwalker legends on a portable typewriter, her fingers flying as she compiled notes. Thomas sat silently in the corner, fingering his turquoise jewelry and watching the windows. It can take human form, Sarah announced, reading from her notes. The legends say skinwalkers are medicine men who broke tribal taboos to gain power, using dark magic to transform into animals or mimic other humans. Great, Paul muttered. So it could be any of us. The words hung in the air, sparking immediate suspicion. Everyone started watching each other, noting every unusual behavior or statement. I tried calling my grandmother from the ranger station phone, but the line was dead. When I checked the connection outside, I found the wire had been cleanly cut, with teeth marks around the edges. That afternoon, Helen went to the bathroom and returned wearing different earrings. You changed your jewelry, Sarah noted immediately. Helen touched her ears in confusion. No, I've been wearing these all day. Paul edged away from her. No, you definitely had silver hoops on earlier. What followed was 15 minutes of increasingly hostile accusations. Helen insisted she hadn't changed her earrings. Everyone else was certain she had. It was exactly the kind of division the entity would want to create. Stop! I finally shouted. This is exactly what it wants. Us turning against each other, but the seed of doubt had been planted. Who among us was really themselves? As night fell, I insisted everyone stay together in the main room of the ranger station. No one argued. I distributed emergency flashlights and tried the radio again, hoping to reach neighboring parks for help. The only response was a child's voice, singing a Ute lullaby my grandmother used to sing to me, impossible for anyone else to know. Around midnight, we heard footsteps on the porch. Heavy, dragging footsteps. "Dave," Helen whispered hopefully. The footsteps circled the building, testing doors and windows. Something scratched at the glass. Not fingers or claws, but something harder, like bone. Then Dave's voice called from outside. "Guys, I got lost in the canyon. Let me in. It's freezing out here." Paul moved toward the door, but I blocked him. "That's not Dave." "How can you be sure?" Helen challenged. A moment later, her voice also called from outside. "Paul? Sarah? It's Helen. I went to check the car and got locked out." Now two voices, Dave's and Helen's, called from outside simultaneously, while the real Helen stood pale-faced beside us. "It's mimicking us," Thomas said quietly, "testing which voices we respond to." The night became a nightmare of psychological warfare. The entity cycled through all our voices, calling to us with increasingly personal details, things only the real person should know. It mentioned my ex-wife by name, describing exactly why she'd left me. The house is watched by something ancient. It recited childhood memories from Helen's life. It knew which stuffed animal Sarah had slept with until age 12. How could it know these things, unless it had absorbed those memories from someone? By dawn, we were exhausted and jumping at shadows. The footsteps and voices had finally stopped. Around 4 a.m., but no one had slept. That's when we looked outside and saw what the entity had left for us. Animal pelts arranged on the ground to form an exact replica of a family photo from my childhood home 300 miles away. Me, my parents, and my grandmother standing in front of our house. A photo no one here could possibly have seen. Even more disturbing were the patterns of blood between the pelts. When the morning sunlight hit them just right, they formed clear Ute language characters. The message made my skin crawl. "Watched. Your family for generations. Your turn now." Sarah began crying softly. Paul looked like he might be sick. Helen's face hardened with determination. "We need to understand what we're dealing with," she said. "Michael, tell us everything you know. About skinwalkers, everything your grandmother taught you." "I didn't listen," I admitted shamefully. "I rejected those teachings, called them superstitions." "Then we go back to the Kiva," Helen decided. "That's where this started. Maybe there are clues about how to fight it." It was a terrible idea, but we had no better options. Before we left, I dug out my hidden box of research, the documentation of unexplained phenomena I'd secretly collected over years working at Mesa Verde. Reports of whispering voices in empty ruins, temperature fluctuations, missing items reappearing in sealed rooms. I'd been gathering evidence of the supernatural while publicly denying its existence. The irony wasn't lost on me. As we prepared to hike back to the Kiva, Thomas pulled me aside. "The scar on your palm," he said, nodding toward my hand. "It reacted to the sealed doorway. The spirits recognize you, even if you don't recognize them." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying you have a connection to this place, to the Skinwalker. It's why it's focused on you." A horrible suspicion formed in my mind. "You know more than you're letting on. Who are you, really?" Thomas held my gaze. "Someone who knows what's at stake if that creature gets free. Your grandmother sent me to watch you. She knew this day would come." Before I could respond, Helen called us to begin the hike. As we left the safety of the ranger station, I noticed fresh coyote tracks in the dirt, walking on hind legs like a man. The hike back to the Kiva felt like marching to our own execution. The normally beautiful landscape seemed malevolent now. Every shadow, potentially hiding our hunter, every rock formation resembling twisted human forms when glimpsed peripherally. Paul kept his sound equipment running, documenting everything. For evidence, he explained, though we all knew it was more likely to become his posthumous footage than court evidence. An hour into the hike, Sarah tripped over something half buried in the trail. A walking stick snapped precisely in half, the pieces arranged in an X pattern pointing toward the ruins. Within minutes, we found dozens more arranged the same way, creating a path. "It's toying with us," Helen said. Thomas hung back with me as we walked. "Your grandmother tried to prepare you for this," he said quietly. "The burn on your hand wasn't an accident. The ceremonial bowl was a test, one you failed because you didn't believe. Why didn't she just tell me directly?" "Would you have believed her?" Thomas asked. "Some knowledge can't be given, only earned through experience." We reached the cliff dwelling by midday. The doorway that had appeared yesterday stood open, darkness beyond. The corn plants had grown to full height overnight, their blood-red husks rustling in the still air. "I'm not going in there," Paul declared, setting up his equipment outside. "Fine. Watch our backs," Helen said. Sarah, Thomas, Helen and I entered the kiva. Our flashlight beams revealed new changes. The petroglyphs had shifted position since yesterday, now forming a circular pattern around the central floor area. "These weren't arranged like this before," I said, examining the symbols. "They're telling a story now." Sarah translated as I identified the symbols. Ancient medicine man, corrupted, consuming human essence, trapped by ancestors. "It's about the skinwalker," Thomas explained. "The entity was once human, a medicine man who broke sacred taboos, consuming others to extend his life. Your ancestors trapped him here centuries ago." "My ancestors?" I asked. Thomas nodded. "Your grandmother's lineage were the guardians. For generations, they maintained the seals that kept it contained. Until we broke them," Helen said quietly. A horrible realization dawned on me. The missing hikers in the 1940s, they found this place too, and weakened the seals, Thomas confirmed. "Your grandmother sensed it and sent family members to strengthen the barriers. That's why you were brought here as a child." The memories flooded back. My grandmother bringing me to Mesa Verde when I was 7, performing rituals I didn't understand at specific ruins. The ceremonial bowl I'd touched against her warnings, earning the burn scar. She'd been preparing me as the next guardian, but I'd rejected my heritage. "Why would Helen dream in Puebloan dialect?" Sarah asked. "How does this thing know so much about us? It absorbs knowledge from those it..." Thomas trailed off. "Consumes," I finished. "It's been feeding on people for centuries, gaining their memories and knowledge." A sudden crash outside made us rush back to the entrance. Paul lay, sprawled by his equipment, blood streaming from his nose and ears. Standing over him was Helen, a second Helen, identical to the one standing beside me. For several seconds, we all froze in confusion. Two identical women stood 20 feet apart, both wearing the same clothes, same hairstyle, same shocked expression. "That's not me," both Helen said simultaneously, pointing at each other. "Oh God," Sarah whispered. "It got Dave. Now it's taken Helen's form too." "How do we know which is the real Helen?" I asked, looking between them. The Helen beside me grabbed my arm. "It's me, Michael. You have to believe me." The Helen standing over Paul shook her head. "Don't listen to it. I came out to check on Paul and found it attacking him." Sarah backed away from both of them. "Ask them something only the real Helen would know." But I already knew that wouldn't work. The skinwalker absorbed memories from its victims. Thomas stepped forward, pulling something from his pocket, a small leather pouch similar to the medicine bag I carried. "There is a way." He threw the contents, some kind of herb mixture, at both Helens. The Helen by Paul's body reacted instantly, her skin bubbling and shifting, her calm expression transforming to rage. Within human speed, she leapt at Thomas, fingernails extending into claws. What followed was chaos. The creature that looked like Helen moved with impossible agility, slashing Thomas across the chest before turning on Sarah. I tackled it from behind, feeling unnatural strength as it threw me off like I weighed nothing. Paul's sound equipment screeched with feedback as the creature passed it. The entity screamed, a sound like metal grinding on metal, and backed away from the equipment. "The recordings!" I shouted. "It doesn't like the equipment!" Helen grabbed Paul's headphones and cranked up the volume. The feedback grew louder, and the creature's features began to shift and blur, unable to maintain Helen's form. For a brief, horrifying moment, we saw its true appearance, a desiccated human husk with elongated limbs and a head that rotated. Unnaturally on its neck, partial animal skins fused with its flesh. Then it darted away with inhuman speed, disappearing into the canyon. We regrouped quickly. Thomas was bleeding but alive. Paul was unconscious but breathing. Sarah was shaking uncontrollably. Helen looked shell-shocked but determined. "It's hunting us one by one," she said. "We need a plan." That's when we noticed the sun's position. Late, afternoon already. "We'll never make it back to the station before dark," I realized aloud. "We don't run," Thomas said, pressing a cloth to his wound. "We fight. The lunar eclipse tonight is why it's been awakened now. It needs 5 human hosts to complete its freedom ritual." "5?" Sarah counted on her fingers. "There are 5 of us." "It already has Dave," Helen pointed out. "It needs 4 more." Thomas nodded grimly. "We need to perform the binding ritual that originally trapped it. If we can reach the main ceremonial chamber in Cliff Palace by moonrise, we might have a chance." "I don't know any binding rituals," I protested. "That's why I'm here," Thomas said. "Your grandmother sent me with what you need. But the ritual requires someone of unbroken ancestral lineage to complete it." Everyone looked at me. "I rejected that heritage," I reminded them. "I turned my back on those traditions." "But the blood connection remains," Thomas insisted. "The scar on your hand proves you're recognized by the spirits." As we gathered what we needed for the hike to Cliff Palace, I noticed Paul's recorder was still running. When I checked the tape, my blood ran cold. In the background of our entire conversation, almost too faint to hear, was Dave's voice, repeating over and over, "Run! It knows your plan. Run!" The journey to Cliff Palace became a nightmare of paranoia and fear. Every shadow, every sound could be the skinwalker stalking us. Paul regained consciousness, but remained dazed and unsteady. Thomas's wound continued bleeding, despite our best efforts to bandage it. Sarah kept glancing nervously at Helen. "How do we know it won't just take another one of our forms?" "The digital equipment disrupts its abilities," Thomas explained. "That's why we keep Paul's recorder running. The technology interferes with its transformation magic, something our ancestors couldn't have known about." The implications were staggering. Ancient spirits weakened by modern technology. My scientific mind struggled to reconcile what I was experiencing with what I'd believed my entire life. As the sun began to set, the temperature dropped dramatically. The eclipse would begin in less than 2 hours. We hurried through narrow canyon paths, Paul's recorder creating a bubble of electronic protection around us. "There's something I don't understand," Helen said as we walked. "Why, Michael, why has this thing been watching his family for generations?" Thomas glanced at me. "Tell them, Michael. You've figured it out, haven't you?" I had. The pieces had been falling into place since we discovered the truth about the Skinwalker. The medicine man who became the Skinwalker, he was my ancestor. That's why my family became the Guardians. Our blood was used in the original binding, which is why your blood is needed to renew it, Thomas confirmed. As night fell completely, we reached the main plaza of Cliff Palace, the largest and most intact cliff dwelling in North America. Under normal circumstances, it was an awe-inspiring sight. Tonight, in the growing darkness, the ancient rooms and towers seemed to watch us with malevolent awareness. Thomas directed us to a specific kiva in the center of the complex, one usually shown to tourists as a ceremonial chamber. The real power center is beneath it, he explained, lifting a stone slab I'd never noticed before, revealing a hidden passage. I've worked here for years, I protested. How did I never see this? You weren't meant to until it was time, Thomas said simply. Before we could descend, a figure appeared at the far end of the plaza, my grandmother walking slowly toward us with the aid of a gnarled walking stick. Grandmother? I called out, relief flooding through me. Thomas grabbed my arm. Wait! Bea! Sure, my grandmother approached, her weathered face exactly as I remembered. Michael, she said warmly, I've been waiting for you. How did you get here? I asked suspiciously. I knew you would need me, she said. I've always known this day would come. She looked exactly right, her silver hair in a traditional bun, her turquoise jewelry, even the slight limp from her arthritis, but something in her eyes seemed wrong. If you're really my grandmother, I said carefully, tell me what you said when you gave me this. I pulled out my medicine pouch. She smiled. I said, when the time comes, this will remind you who you are. Perfect answer. But as she stepped closer, I noticed she cast no shadow in the moonlight. Paul's recorder suddenly emitted a high-pitched squeal, and my grandmother flinched. In that instant, her face rippled like water, briefly showing the desiccated features beneath. Run! Thomas shouted as the skinwalker lunged forward, abandoning my grandmother's form for its true, horrifying appearance. It moved with blinding speed, reaching Paul first, lifting him by the throat with impossible strength. Helen bravely swung a flashlight at its head, while Sarah and I pulled Thomas toward the hidden passage. The skinwalker dropped Paul and turned its attention to Helen, moving so quickly it seemed to teleport. What happened next still haunts my nightmares. The creature grabbed Helen and, in seconds, began removing her skin, not cutting it, but somehow peeling it away like a wetsuit, her screams turning to gurgles and then silence. The process took less than 30 seconds. Then, most horrifically, it put her skin on like clothing, adjusting and settling into it until Helen stood before us again, perfect in every detail except for the eyes, which remained inhuman. Run, Thomas urged, pushing me toward the passage. Complete the ritual, it's our only chance. Sarah and I dragged Paul's unconscious form down the narrow stairway, hearing Thomas chanting behind us, a binding spell to slow the skinwalker down. There was a wet, tearing sound, then silence. The passage opened into a circular chamber I never could have imagined existing. A perfectly preserved ceremonial room, lined with ancient symbols that glowed faintly blue in the darkness. In the center stood a stone altar covered with handprints in dried clay. Handprints I recognized from museum photographs, said to be over 800 years old. What now? Sarah asked, her voice shaking as she helped me lay Paul on the ground. Thomas had the ritual. Components, I said, checking Paul's pulse. Still alive, but barely. Footsteps on the stairs made us both freeze. Don't worry, came Helen's voice, the skinwalker wearing her skin like a costume. Thomas shared everything I need to know before he died. It was speaking in Helen's voice, but with unnatural cadence, words overlapping occasionally, as if multiple voices were speaking simultaneously. You can't win, Michael, it continued, descending the last few steps. Your grandmother tried, your ancestors tried. I consume, I endure, I outlast all guardians eventually. As it spoke, I noticed something incredible. The handprints on the altar were beginning to glow brighter as moonlight from the starting eclipse filtered down through a shaft in the ceiling. The skinwalker followed my gaze and smiled with Helen's face. Yes, the eclipse. When the moon is fully covered, the ancient seals break completely. I've waited centuries for tonight. Why my family? I demanded, trying to buy time as the eclipse progressed. Why have you haunted us for generations? Because you trapped me, it said simply. I was once like you, a healer, a protector, until I discovered greater power requires greater sacrifice. The creature took another step toward us. Your ancestors didn't understand. Immortality has a price. But after tonight, I'll be free to leave this place, to walk among humans again. It gestured to Helen's skin. Wearing whatever face I choose, that's when I saw her, my real grandmother, materializing silently at the top of the stairs behind the skinwalker. Our eyes met briefly. She nodded once. You forgot something important. About my family, I said, standing taller. We don't give up easily. My grandmother began chanting, the same binding spell Thomas had started. The skinwalker whirled around, snarling with Helen's face distorted in rage. It lunged up the stairs, but my grandmother threw a handful of herbs that burst into blue flames on contact. "Michael!" she called out. "The ritual! Your blood on the handprints!" The skinwalker howled in frustration, caught in the flames that didn't burn, but somehow held it in place. With each transformation it attempted, my grandmother aged visibly, her hair whitening completely, her skin wrinkling deeper, her body becoming more frail. "She's binding herself to it," Sarah gasped, understanding. "She's using her life force to hold it." "Hurry, Michael," my grandmother called, her voice already weaker. "I can't hold it long." I pulled out my pocket knife with shaking hands. The burned scar on my palm seemed to pulse in rhythm with the glowing handprints on the altar. "Your blood carries the power of your ancestors," my grandmother called down. "Place your hand on theirs. Complete the circle." I sliced my palm along the old burn scar, wincing as fresh blood welled up. Above us, the skinwalker thrashed against the invisible barrier, Helen's face melting and reforming as it fought my grandmother's spell. I pressed my bleeding hand against the central handprint on the altar. The moment my blood touched the ancient clay, every handprint blazed with blinding blue light. The chamber filled with whispers in languages so old they'd been forgotten before Columbus reached America. The effect was immediate and terrifying. The earth began to shake. Dust and small rocks rained from the ceiling. The skinwalker's screams became deafening, no longer sounding human or animal, but like metal tearing and glass shattering. My grandmother's spell grew louder despite her weakening voice. With every word, she aged years in seconds. I realized with horror that she was sacrificing herself to power the binding. "Grandmother, stop!" I cried out. "It's the only way," she called back, now looking decades older than when she'd appeared minutes before. "I'm completing what I started when you were a child. The circle returns." Through the haze of blue light, I saw the skinwalker begin to decompose, not like a body rotting, but like reality itself rejecting its existence. Helen's stolen skin sloughed away, revealing the desiccated corpse beneath. That too began to dissolve into smoke that the altar seemed to drink in like water. "Remember who you are, Michael," my grandmother said, her voice now thin as paper. "Remember what we guard." With a final, earth-shaking howl, the skinwalker collapsed into a swirl of black smoke that funneled down into the altar. The handprints absorbed it all, glowing briefly red before fading back to their ancient clay color. In the sudden silence, I looked up to see my grandmother crumple to the floor. Sarah and I carried my grandmother's body and the still unconscious Paul up the stairs and out of Cliff Palace as the eclipse ended. The night air felt clean again, the metallic scent gone, replaced by the familiar desert smells of juniper and dust. My grandmother looked peaceful in death, her face somehow younger than the withered appearance she'd had in her final moments. She had aged decades in minutes to bind the skinwalker once more. We found Thomas's body where the skinwalker had left it. Of Helen, there was nothing but a pile of empty clothing. The skinwalker had taken everything else when it stole her form. By dawn, the search and rescue teams arrived. The official report would later list Helen and Dave as tragic hiking accidents, Thomas as a heart attack victim, and my grandmother as natural causes. Paul survived but remembered nothing after following us into the Kiva the previous day. Sarah remembered everything, but wisely kept the supernatural elements out of her statement to authorities. As for me, everything changed that night. After recovering from the traumatic stress, as the park psychologist called it, I returned to Mesa Verde with new eyes, literally. The ritual had awakened something in me, the heritage I'd denied for so long. Now I could see what had always been hidden. The park teemed with spirits and entities invisible to others. Ancient guardians perched on cliff edges, small nature spirits darted between trees, and in certain ruins at certain hours, the original inhabitants still went about their daily routines, oblivious to the centuries that had passed. Most weren't dangerous, just different, existing alongside our world, but separate. Some acknowledged me with nods or gestures. They recognized the new guardian. I removed my archaeology degrees from my cabin wall and hung my grandmother's wedding blanket in their place. I learned the rituals she tried to teach me as a child. I maintained the seals that kept dangerous entities contained. The skinwalker remains trapped for now. The binding will hold for another century or so, long enough for me to train the next guardian. I've already identified a young ranger with the right bloodline. She doesn't believe in the old ways either. Not yet. But she will. Sometimes at sunset. I sit on the mesa edge where the ravens gather. They arrange themselves around me in geometric patterns now, sharing their secrets in a language I'm slowly learning to understand. From here, I can see the cliff dwelling where the skinwalker sleeps. On quiet nights, when the air is completely still, I can hear it whispering, promising freedom, power, immortality. The same promises it made the original medicine man centuries ago. I touch the medicine pouch at my neck and smile. My grandmother was right all those years ago when she gave it to me. When the time came, it did remind me who I truly was. Not just Michael Runningwolf, park ranger, but Michael Runningwolf, guardian of the seals, protector of the boundary between worlds. And when the skinwalker wakes again, as it eventually will, my successor will be ready, just as I finally was. I knew something was wrong the moment I woke up. The Everglades are never quiet, never. But this morning I couldn't hear a thing, not a single bird call, no insects buzzing, not even the splash of fish jumping in the water. Nothing, just silence. My name is Howard Miller, and I've been a park ranger here in the Everglades for 30 years. I know these wetlands better than I know my own face in the mirror. And let me tell you, this silence wasn't natural. I got dressed quickly and headed down to my airboat. The sun was just coming up, turning the sky from dark blue to orange. Usually, this was when the Everglades came alive with noise. But not today. As I guided my boat through the narrow water paths between the mangrove islands, I felt goosebumps on my arms despite the warm Florida morning. The water was mirror smooth, reflecting the colorful sky perfectly, too perfectly. Something ain't right, I muttered to myself. A habit I'd picked up since Sarah died 3 years ago. Living alone in my ranger cabin, sometimes the sound of my own voice was the only thing keeping me sane. The cypress trees stood like silent guardians, their branches draped with Spanish moss that swayed gently. But wait, there was no wind this morning. Why was the moss moving? I slowed my boat and looked more carefully at the water. It was unnaturally clear in spots, not the usual murky brown. I could see straight to the bottom in some places. And what I saw made my stomach turn. Dead fish, frogs, and water snakes lay perfectly preserved on the bottom. They didn't look rotten or eaten, just frozen in time, like they died suddenly in the middle of swimming. I've seen a lot of strange things in my years out here, but nothing like this. The sawgrass prairies stretched out forever in all directions, but something about them looked wrong, too. There were giant ripple patterns in the grass, like something enormous had moved through recently. And the alligators, they weren't acting right either. Normally they're spread out, each one defending its own territory, but today they were huddled together on small islands, barely moving except for their eyes. And those eyes were all looking in the same direction, toward the deep interior of the park. I touched the old service revolver at my hip. Rangers weren't supposed to carry guns anymore, but after what I saw in the drought of '47, I never went deep into the glades without it. As I pushed my boat forward, I noticed strange bulges forming in the water ahead of me, perfect half-bubbles that rose up and held their shape for several seconds before breaking with perfectly even ripples. Water doesn't behave that way naturally. The mist was wrong too. It should have burned off by now, but instead it was forming tall columns that didn't move or spread out with the gentle breeze that had finally picked up. I checked my compass and frowned. The needle was spinning wildly. Great. Navigation was going to be tricky without it, but I knew these waterways by heart, or at least I thought I did. Even the familiar channels seemed different somehow, wider in spots, narrower in others. It was like the whole landscape had changed overnight. But that wasn't possible, was it? I had to find out what was causing this unnatural silence. The Seminole fishermen had been reporting strange things for weeks, bubbling areas where nothing grew, places where all the animals had disappeared. I had promised to check it out. If I had known what I would find, maybe I would have turned back. Right then. But I didn't know. So I pushed my airboat deeper into the silence, toward something ancient and terrible that was finally awake after sleeping for centuries beneath the waters of the Everglades. Most folks who meet me don't know what to make of my face. Years under the Florida sun have left their mark. Doctors have cut away skin cancers so many times that I look like a patchwork quilt. The new rangers try not to stare, but I catch them looking. It doesn't bother me. At 58, I've earned every scar and wrinkle. Before coming to the Everglades, I was a Navy frogman in World War II, swimming through dark waters to plant bombs on enemy ships. The ocean depths prepared me for the Everglades. Both places hide their secrets well. My shoulders and arms are still strong from decades of poling boats and occasional wrestling matches with poachers, though lately my joints protest more than they used to. Arthritis is trying to slow me down, but I won't let it. Not while I still have work to do out here. I've spent most of my life in these wetlands, watching, learning, and recording everything in my waterproof journals. 30 years of daily notes. Fill the shelves in my cabin. The last few books tell a troubling story. Animals disappearing, water behaving strangely, and changes in the plant life that don't make scientific sense. The Seminole people call me a friend. I speak their language, Miccosukee, which I learned from the guides who showed me the hidden places in the glades when I first arrived. They've shared stories about these wetlands that you won't find in any textbook. Stories about places where the water remembers old things that should stay forgotten. I used to laugh at those tales. I don't laugh anymore, not since the drought of 1947, when the water levels dropped so low that things hidden for centuries were briefly exposed near Pahayoke Overlook. I saw something that day that still gives me nightmares, something that shouldn't exist. I filed my official report about unusual limestone formations, but what I really saw was something else. Something that moved when nothing should have been able to move. The memory of it is why I still carry my old service revolver, despite regulations. Fat lot of good it would do if what I fear is really down there, but the weight of it on my hip is comforting. Since Sarah died, I've withdrawn more from the world of people. My cabin is a 2-hour boat ride from the nearest town, just how I like it. When I do go into civilization, the noise and the technology make me itchy. The world is changing too fast. Out here in the Everglades, time moves differently, or at least it did until recently. The younger rangers respect me, even if they think I'm a bit odd. They come to me when they get lost, because I can find my way through these ever-changing waterways without maps or compass, even in fog or darkness. It's not magic. It's just 30 years of paying attention. What they don't know is that I'm the only person left alive who remembers what happened in 1951. The official report says my assistant was taken by an unusually large alligator. The scar on my right hand tells a different story. A story about something that briefly grew finger-like digits before dragging poor Jim under the surface. I never found his body. I did find his hat 3 days later, miles from where he disappeared. It was dry, bone dry, sitting on top of the water like it had been placed there deliberately, and now, pushing my airboat through the unnaturally silent wetlands, I had a terrible feeling that whatever took Jim was back. And this time, it wasn't hiding. After about an hour of traveling through the silent Everglades, I came to a sight that stopped me cold. A perfect circle of dead vegetation stretched out before me, nearly half a mile across. At its center was a pool of water so still and dark that it looked like a hole cut in the world. I steered my airboat closer, my skin crawling. The surface of that pool reflected nothing. Not the sky, not my boat, not even the light of the sun. It was like looking at nothingness. What in God's name? I whispered. My compass went completely haywire near the circle, the needle spinning so fast it was just a blur. The watch on my wrist, a reliable Timex that had kept perfect time for years, suddenly ran at double speed, the second hand racing around the face. When I backed away from the circle, it returned to normal. Curious and worried, I used my paddle to fish out some of the dead sawgrass from the edge of the circle. It wasn't decomposing like normal plants do. Instead, it was perfectly preserved but completely dry, as if every drop of moisture had been sucked out through tiny holes. I found animal carcasses too, birds and small mammals scattered around the edge of the circle. They were in the same condition. Not rotting despite the tropical heat, just dried out like mummies. No bite marks, no signs that anything had fed on them. They'd just died. I decided to check the water itself and lowered a glass-bottomed bucket over the side of my boat. What I saw made no sense. The water was separating into distinct layers, like oil and water, but all of it was water. Clear boundaries between the layers shifted and moved as I watched. And there at the bottom, partially buried in the mud, was something that sent a chill down my spine. Stone formations in perfect geometric patterns, too precise to be natural. They looked ancient, with strange symbols carved into their surfaces. My boat motor chose that moment to die with a splutter and a cough. When I pulled the cord to restart it, nothing happened. Even the flashlight I always carry clicked on for just a second before going dark. I checked the batteries. Brand new this morning. Not good, I muttered, reaching for the push pole I kept, for emergencies. As I reached across the boat, I noticed something on the muddy bank nearby that made me freeze. Footprints, but not human, and not any animal I recognized. They were huge, nearly 2 feet long with 3 toes, and they emerged from water too shallow to hide anything big enough to make them. As I stared at those impossible tracks, I heard it for the first time, a deep, rhythmic thrumming sound coming from beneath the peat layer under my boat. It vibrated through the hull and into my bones. I counted the seconds, exactly 47 seconds of sound followed by silence. I checked my watch. The sound started again precisely 22 minutes later. This wasn't random. This was a pattern, a signal. I used my push pole to move away from the dark pool, and as I did, I spotted something else strange. Native orchids blooming out of season. Their flowers were wrong, too symmetrical, with extra structures that shouldn't be there. I'd studied Everglades plant life for decades, and these modifications were impossible. When I was far enough away from the circle, my boat motor suddenly roared to life on its own, nearly sending me overboard. My flashlight flickered on too, the beam cutting through the growing gloom as the sun began to set. I needed to mark these locations on my map. After a few hours of exploration, I noticed the areas where my equipment failed formed a pattern themselves, a spiral pattern centered on something deep in the park's interior. As darkness fell completely, my radio crackled to life with bursts of static. Through the noise, I could make out what sounded like an old Navy distress call, using codes I hadn't heard since World War II. The voice was distorted, but the coordinates it gave placed the source of the transmission deep underground, beneath the limestone basin of the Everglades. That was impossible. There were no Navy operations out here, and certainly not underground. Unless... A terrible thought began to form in my mind, connecting what I'd seen in 1947 with what was happening now. What if something had been trapped down there? Something old, something that was now finding its way out. As if confirming my fears, the water around my boat began to move against the current, flowing uphill in thin streams that defied natural law. The mist returned, thicker now, forming shapes that almost looked like figures watching me from the darkness. I decided it was time to head back to my cabin and radio for help. As I turned my boat around, I spotted movement in the water, a massive ripple moving towards me, too fast and too purposeful to be an alligator. I gunned the engine, pushing my old airboat faster than it was meant to go. Behind me, the ripple grew larger, gaining on me with impossible speed. Whatever was causing the silence in the Everglades was now aware of me. And it was coming. I barely made it back to my cabin that night, the thing in the water following me almost to my dock before suddenly vanishing into the depths. I spent a sleepless night reviewing my old journals, connecting dots I should have seen years ago. At first light, I headed back out. I had to know for sure. I was about an hour into my journey when the water around my boat began to change. The surface dimpled in strange patterns, not random ripples, but precise sequences that reminded me of mathematics problems. The dimples grew deeper, connecting to form a shape that made my blood run cold. A massive serpentine form rose slowly from the water about 50 yards ahead of my boat. It looked like a giant water moccasin at first glance, but all wrong. Parts of its body were transparent, showing glowing blue and green organs inside that pulsed with their own light. It was impossibly huge, at least 30 feet of it visible above the surface, and God knows how much more below. "Sweet Jesus," I whispered, my hand automatically moving to my revolver, though I knew it would be useless against something this size. The creature moved with a fluid grace that defied physics. Instead of pushing through obstacles like mangrove, roots, or floating vegetation, its body seemed to flow around them like water itself. In places where it rested its massive weight, the water beneath it solidified into a gel-like substance strong enough to support it. I cut my engine, hoping it hadn't noticed me, but those hopes were dashed when its head, if you could call it that, turned in my direction. It had no eyes that I could see, but I felt it looking at me all the same. The air around me suddenly filled with a sweet, cloying smell that made my head swim. Colors became too bright, shapes distorted. I recognized what was happening. The creature was releasing some kind of chemical into the air, something that caused hallucinations. I pulled my shirt over my nose and mouth, but it was too late. The trees around me seemed to bend and reach toward me with branch arms. The water rippled with faces, Sarah's face, Jim's face, the faces of people I'd known who had died in these wetlands over the years. Through my haze, I saw movement on another airboat about 100 yards away. It was Pete Wilkins, another ranger, who must have come looking for me when I didn't check in last night. "Pete," I screamed, "get back! Turn around!" But Pete wasn't looking at me. He was staring at the serpent, a strange, peaceful expression on his face. To my horror, he cut his engine and stepped out of his boat into chest-deep water, wading toward the creature. "No, Pete, stop!" I yelled, but he kept walking as if in a trance. The serpent's body shifted, part of it rising higher, while another section lowered into the water near Pete. Its skin was covered in constantly changing patterns that looked like ancient symbols from a dozen different cultures. As Pete got closer, a section of the creature's body split open like a massive mouth. I fired my revolver, the shots echoing across the water. The bullets seemed to pass right through the creature, without effect. Pete never screamed, never struggled. The peaceful expression never left his face as the serpent engulfed him whole. I cranked my engine and sped away, cold sweat pouring down my face. But the water ahead of me suddenly thickened, becoming like gelatin. My boat slowed to a crawl despite the engine screaming at full throttle. Looking back, I saw the serpent had split into multiple smaller versions of itself, all connected to the main body. They were surrounding me, closing in from all sides. Worse, I could see it learning, adapting its strategy. When one approach didn't work, it immediately tried another. This wasn't mindless animal behavior. This was intelligence. Cold, calculating. Intelligence. I remembered my Navy training then. If you can't go through an obstacle, go under it. I cut my engine, grabbed my knife and emergency air supply, and dove over the side of my boat into the thickened water. Swimming was like moving through pudding, but I managed to get beneath my boat just as the serpent's smaller parts converged on it. Through the murky water, I watched in horror as they searched my empty boat, methodically checking every possible hiding place. They were hunting me, and they were smart about it. I stayed underwater as long as my small air supply allowed, then surfaced as quietly as possible among some dense mangroves about 50 yards away. The serpent was still investigating my boat, its smaller parts rejoining the main body. As I watched from hiding, I realized with growing dread that this thing wasn't new to the Everglades. It had been here all along, sleeping or trapped, until something woke it up, and now it was fully awake. Heaven help us all. By the time I made it back to headquarters the next day, Pete had been reported missing, and a search party was forming. I tried to explain what I'd seen, but the park supervisor looked at me like I was crazy. "Howard, you're overworked and stressed," he said. "Take some time off, we'll find Pete." "You don't understand," I insisted. "Something's out there, something old and dangerous. The Seminoles know about it. They've been trying to warn us. But no one would listen. So I went to the people who would, my old Seminole friends who lived on the edge of the park. Old Joseph, a tribal elder who had to be pushing 90, nodded gravely when I described what I'd seen. "The water serpent," he said in Miccosukee. "It sleeps for many generations, then wakes when the waters are disturbed. Your people's canals and dams have changed the flow of water through the Everglades. You woke it up." He told me about totems. The Seminoles had placed throughout the Everglades generations ago special carved cypress wood poles placed in a pattern that somehow kept the creature dormant. But many had been removed or destroyed by development and water management projects. "It makes its nest in the deepest water," Joseph told me. "Its children sleep in eggs throughout the Everglades, waiting for the right time to hatch." I thought about the perfect circle of dead vegetation I'd found. "A nest," I muttered. Of course, Joseph gave me a small leather pouch filled with herbs and minerals. "This will keep your mind clear when it tries to confuse you with visions," he said. "And remember, it fears loud sounds that echo through water. That's why our ancestors used to beat drums when they had to cross its territory." Armed with this knowledge and my Navy demolitions experience, I formulated a plan. I couldn't count on official help, So I gathered what I needed myself: leftover dynamite from an old Park Service demolition project, waterproof fuses, and my old depth-charge trigger mechanisms I'd kept as souvenirs from the war. The weather. Reports warned of an approaching tropical storm, but I couldn't wait. As dark clouds gathered on the horizon, I loaded my airboat and headed back to the circle I'd found. The storm hit with unusual fury just as I reached the area. Rain lashed down in sheets, and lightning cracked across the sky with unnatural frequency. The wind howled, but something about the storm felt wrong. Too intense, too focused on this one area. Like it had been summoned. Then I realized the creature had called the storm. Somehow it controlled the weather, creating perfect conditions for its eggs to hatch. I saw them then, dozens of bulging shapes just beneath. The water's surface throughout the Everglades, pulsing with that same bioluminescent glow I'd seen inside the serpent. The eggs were about to hatch, and if they did, there would be no stopping what came next. I had to find the main creature first, the parent. Destroy it, and maybe the eggs would remain dormant. I navigated toward the center of the circle, fighting against wind and waves. My compass was useless, but I didn't need it anymore. I could feel the creature's presence ahead, a pressure in my mind, a wrongness in the water. The surface of the pool at the center was churning now, no longer still and dark. As I watched, the massive serpent rose from its depths, bigger than before, its skin patterns shifting more rapidly. It saw me immediately and moved to attack, but I was ready this time. I threw Joseph's pouch into my small camp stove and lit. Yet the herbs burned with a sharp, pungent smell that cut through the creature's psychoactive mist. My head stayed clear. I gunned my engine to full power, the noise causing the serpent to recoil momentarily. Sound. It didn't like loud sounds. Had 4 homemade depth charges ready. As I circled the creature, I dropped the first one near what I judged to be its nest below. The underwater explosion sent a massive water column into the air, and a shock wave that almost capsized my boat. The serpent screamed, a high, alien sound that no throat should be able to make. Parts of its body separated again, rushing toward me from multiple directions. I dropped the second charge, then the third, aiming for different spots around the underwater nest. Each explosion seemed to hurt the creature, but it wasn't enough to drive it away. It was learning again, adapting. The water around my boat suddenly drained away, as if someone had pulled a massive plug, leaving me stranded on the muddy bottom. The creature had somehow manipulated the water itself, removing my advantage. Lightning struck all around me as the storm intensified. Through the rain, I could see the eggs in the distance beginning to crack open. I was out of time. The serpent reared up before me, its massive form blocking out the sky. The patterns on its skin formed symbols I somehow understood without knowing how. It was trying to communicate. Images flooded my mind. Ancient oceans covering Florida, the creature swimming in prehistoric seas, being trapped as the limestone. Formed, sleeping for millions of years until human activity had disturbed its rest. It wasn't evil, not exactly. Just ancient and utterly alien, with priorities and thoughts incomprehensible to humans. And now it wanted to reclaim what it saw as its territory. "Not today," I growled, grabbing my last depth charge and the flare gun from my emergency kit. There was one place I knew of that might be deep enough to trap this thing again. A natural limestone chimney the locals called the Bottomless Sink. A solution hole that dropped hundreds of feet into the Floridan aquifer. It was half a mile away, but if I could lure the creature there, I fired my flare directly at the serpent. The bright magnesium light seared into what I assumed were its sensory organs. It recoiled with another scream, and water rushed back around my boat, floating it once more. I gunned the engine and took off toward Bottomless Sink, the serpent in pursuit. The noise of my engine seemed to agitate and attract it at the same time. The storm was directly overhead now, lightning striking all around us. One bolt hit near my boat, almost flipping it. Through the driving rain, I could barely see where I was going, navigating mostly from memory. Behind me, the serpent was, gaining, its massive form sliding through the water with impossible speed. Parts of it flowed like liquid one moment, then solidified the next. It was closing the distance. Finally, I saw the distinctive cypress grove that surrounded Bottomless Sink. The hole itself was about 30 feet across, a dark circle of water that locals said had no bottom. Scientists had measured it at over 300 feet deep before their equipment failed. I positioned my boat near the edge of the sink and turned to face the oncoming serpent. It rose up before me, towering like a liquid mountain. "Come on," I whispered, "just a little closer." When it lunged, I threw myself overboard away from the sink. The serpent crashed into my boat, sending it and itself plunging toward the dark hole. As they fell, I triggered the last depth charge I'd left in the boat. The explosion was deafening. Water erupted from the sink like a geyser, raining down all around me as I clung to a cypress knee. When the water settled, my boat was gone, and so was the serpent. But I could feel it wasn't dead, just trapped, raging deep below the earth. And somehow a connection had formed between us during those moments when it was in my mind. I could sense it down there, plotting, waiting, and I knew it could sense me too. The storm passed as suddenly as it had appeared. In the distance, I could see the eggs had stopped moving, their glow fading. Without the parent to trigger their hatching, they would remain dormant for now. It took me most of a day to walk back to headquarters. When I arrived, soaking wet and exhausted, they were organizing search parties for me as well as Pete. I tried to explain what had happened, showed them samples I'd collected of the strange water and vegetation. The park supervisor listened more, carefully this time, especially when I accurately predicted where sinkholes would start appearing in the coming days. But in the end, my official report mentioned only unusual limestone erosion and wildlife behavior, possibly related to water. Management projects. They didn't want to hear the truth. I didn't argue. I knew what I had seen, what I had done, and I knew it wasn't over. Every night since then, I wake up at precisely 3:17 a.m., my body covered in cold sweat. In my mind, I can feel movement deep, beneath the Everglades, shifting, waiting, growing stronger. Sometimes I can sense where the ground will open up days before it happens. They've noticed my predictions are always right, but they attribute it to my long experience with the Everglades ecosystem. If they only knew. I'm retiring next year, but I won't be leaving. Someone needs to keep watch, to listen for the return of the silence that means the water serpent is rising again, because the Seminoles were right all along. There are places in the Everglades where the water remembers old things that should stay forgotten, and some of those things remember us too. The end.